ladies and gentlemen. I'm just testing. I hope you're not hearing me or you're hearing me. Okay, good. Okay, good. A very good morning. I want to thank you all for coming for this second edition of the Space Science and CNS Communications, Navigation, and Surveillance Systems Symposium. It's a symposium. We just want to have a gathering of various researchers from various institutions and stakeholders. And my role today is to just introduce Executive Dean for the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment, who is going to come here and give us a welcome and opening remarks, so I don't have to repeat that. I want to thank you all for coming, and we'll now call upon the Executive Dean, Professor Fulo Nemahola is the Executive Dean for the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. He's a chartered engineer of the United Kingdom, IT, and also a professional registered engineer. Top of the class, and I'm so glad and very privileged to introduce him as my Executive Dean, who will open up this meeting and give us a welcome. Prof, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me? I'm terribly sorry about my voice. I have something that I cannot explain, but I hope that you are able to hear me. So in fact, are you able to hear me at the back? No. Should I wait for him?
Yeah, he can talk. We're just saying please.
Yeah, so I think it will be much better now. So thank you very much for the opportunity. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here this morning. In fact, before I start, I was complaining, in a sense, to Prof. Davidson on why I was actually given this task, because for me, I thought it's the easiest task compared to what colleagues are going to be discussing this morning, more on the technical side. This is a very important gathering, and I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the executive management led by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tanram Tembo. I would also like to note the following colleagues who are here this morning. The keynote speaker, I don't know if he's here, Humbrani Mudao, Chief Director, Space Science. Yes, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much for making time. Our guest speaker, Justin Witten, South African National Space Agency. I don't know if he's here. Thank you. Welcome, sir. And from the CSIR, Lulekwa Makapela. Oh, yeah. Thank you. And Crystal Taylor. All right. From the Air Traffic and Navigation Services, Mr. Chikara, I don't know if he's here. And colleagues from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Dr. Pitot, and also Dr. Michael Brooks is here. Oh, welcome, sir. And of course, we would like to appreciate the DUT staff, administrators, or administrative colleagues who were very key in organizing this. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would actually like to start with a story. I understand that I'm given 5 minutes because of the late start. Initially, it was 10 minutes. But let me share this. It's not a very long story. It's actually a personal story. I was born in a village in Limpopo province, and my father, like any majority of father in those villages, was a migrant worker. So he will normally come back home during holidays. And immediately when he arrived home, before he does anything, he will say, young man, can you quickly grab your books and show me your books, whether it's homework, exercise, test, whatever it is. And I will be happy to do that. I will quickly go and grab the material. And during the discussion, he will memorize all the scores from tests, exercises, and everything. And after looking at them, he will say to me, but I have a various concern. I've got a serious concern here. Why did you get 99% here? And I will try to explain as to why I got 99%. But I could see that he's very angry. And he will then say something, and he will say, but when I came here on the 9th of September, I arrived at 9 because he had a very, very good memory. He could remember even the time that we had this engagement. You had 89, but now it's 99. Could you explain what is happening? Only later did I then realize that he actually could not count from 1 to 99, but he could only count from 100. So the precision that he had and the perfection that he instilled, it's similar to space science, I believe, where mistakes cannot and should not happen. So, having said that, I would like to also encourage all of us here who are in the space science and technology to remember that the challenges that this world is facing can actually be solved using space science and technology. From your climate change, from your pandemic, from your food security, and so forth. These challenges can be solved. In fact, someone said that it is not necessary to think of Earth as a space where security, commerce, technology, and engineering belong. And he argued that this belongs to, or this reside to in the space. So I'm saying that, colleagues, the role that we are playing here, it's very critical. And I'm sure that the discussion that we're going to have here will be beneficial to mankind. As I conclude, I would like to say that I hope that next year, Prof. Davidson, where is he? Yeah. I hope that from next year, it will be an international conference or international symposium, or even think about the programs in the space science and technology where we can, as a faculty or as a university, invest and ensure that we train our students. So having said that, thank you very much. Enjoy your stay here. Thank you.
At the Department of Science and Innovation. Let's welcome him here. He needs no major introduction. If you just Google his name on the internet, you'll see every presentation there.
Prof, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's indeed an honor to get to see all of you. We're a small community, so I get to see everybody that I know, everybody that I've worked with for the last, I don't know. But Prof, that means that we need to work much more harder. Because I would like to see new faces. I would like to see young people taking over, and so that I can focus on other things that are equally important. I just want to say to the professor that I share the same story. Of course, I was born in Pinville, Soweto, but I grew up in a village as well, somewhere in Venda, Limpopo. That even if I were to give some of those who come from Venda, wouldn't even know the village, unless if we can use space science and technology to locate exactly where that village is, because you can do that. I just want to say that to the university, the journey that we've started, Prof, and welcome. We've started this journey because we felt that it was critical for, of course, building a national space program that is sustainable, that's viable, but also a space program that is inclusive, a space program that's going to ensure that we transform the domain. So for us at the department, and the way we view this program is that it's one of the programs that can become a flagship program for the space program. And that we can use this as an example when we look at other programs that we started with other universities that I'll share with you today. And I did miss last year's symposium due to other commitments, but I'm very excited today that I'm able to come here and share with you some of our thinking within the department. Just to give you just a bit of a context of where we're going as a department is that you all are aware of the Science, Technology, Innovation White Paper. And that white paper has policy intents. And the whole idea being that we've created a baseline when we implemented the research and development strategy some 20 years back. And the fact that we needed to build on that, we are implementing what we call it's a decadal plan. So this is the DSI 10-year innovation plan. But this is not just the DSI, it's a national plan that's looking at using science, technology, and innovation to address some of the societal challenges that faces us as a country, as well as the global challenges. So the focus on internationalization, meaning that collaborating with various other partners and countries that we share visions, as well as we share a transformation agenda that we will be working with. Now, as space science and technology, our intention is to respond and contribute to the decadal plan. And we believe that given our cross-cutting nature, that there is a lot that we can contribute in the implementation of the white paper or the decadal plan. You would know that we do have policy instruments in place, the National Space Policy. We do have the National Space Strategy. Those instruments are very critical in ensuring that, of course, as I said earlier on, we build a viable space program. I just want to say that I've been asked to talk about space for national development, which is critical. And I just want to take you back to how we used to define national development many years back, and the world has moved on. Of course, countries at the time would look at national development as part of either, having a very strong economy, which is critical, or looking at, some social aspects on how we then, improve the lives of the ordinary citizen in those countries. We've also looked at how that national development would then have other implications. And you might have heard from the professor as well when he talked about security. And security in this case, I talk about a number of implications that in our development or in our national development efforts, there will be quite a number of security implications that are brought by the efforts that we're making as we implement our national space program. The shift today, you would know, given the whole industrial revolution and where we are today, that with this shift and the trend that we're seeing, again, there are implications to national security. And therefore, we need to be very deliberate as we put all our efforts, as we invest in this program. So our development, particularly South Africa, is to say that how do we develop as a country that does not leave anyone behind? That's our biggest challenge. As we're sitting here, and I consider ourselves very privileged to be here, and having gotten this exposure that we have, and getting access to the information that we're all getting today. But the reality is that in a country like South Africa, where there are, the missing majority that we're leaving behind, is to say, when we're looking at communications, navigation, and surveillance, or when we're looking at the overall implementation of the National Space Program, how do we bring this silent majority or this missing majority to become part and contribute to the economic development of this country? And for me, it means that we've all as a country agreed And hence we've put these policy instruments in place where we said space science and technology can contribute quite significantly into the knowledge economy, into generating new knowledge, knowledge that is going to create new opportunities for those that are sidelined, for those that we see in the remotest part of the country. And therefore, how do we ensure that we contribute to this as part of ensuring that if we're looking at the ICT and the digital master plan, what's the role of space in ensuring that, if we are going to focus on communications, what are we putting in place to ensure that, there's connectivity in South Africa, in the remotest parts of the country, in the rural South Africa? How do we ensure that we contribute through that communication to the education of the future? And that means that with programs like these, where we're beginning to build capacity, and capacity that's inclusive, it's capacity that we hope that it will go back and reinvest in those parts of the area. And this brings me to a very important part that we're focusing on as government, where we're looking at what we call the district development model. The district development model, it's a deliberate effort by a government led by a president to ensure that we build capacity, that Prof doesn't have to come to Durban or KwaZulu-Natal, but that Humbu can stay in Limpopo and contribute, because we're creating an environment that's conducive for us to develop that part of Limpopo where we know that agriculturally and in terms of minerals, the province is well endowed with all of that. But how do we ensure that we build capacity that will ensure that we begin to address issues, the security issues that I spoke about, particularly when we're looking at food security? How do we bring in CNS program to ensure that it contributes to precision agriculture? The department, as we speak right now, we've invested quite significantly to the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, as well as the Agricultural Research Council, to say we know that other than water, you've seen what's happening in the Horn of Africa in terms of famine and the hunger that there. But we are in a country that's very rich. And therefore, how do we build capacity? How do we ensure that with the technologies that we're developing, that we can contribute to issues of food security? We know as we do this and as part of this national development that there are issues of cybersecurity. How do we work with our colleagues that are also charged with ensuring that we secure information, as we know that data and information is the next currency. And therefore, we need to secure all the intelligence that we're generating on that. Climate change, Prof talked about that, but we need to be focusing now on disaster risk reduction. How do we ensure that we build early warning systems, that what has happened over the past few years in this province, that we get much more prepared, that we have information that can help inform decision makers to plan well in advance, so that we can save our assets, we can save our infrastructure where we can. Of course, we cannot stop natural disasters, but of course we can get prepared and mitigate where we can. I want to say that as we are focusing now on this new development as well, we need to look at, of course, not just the security in terms of, cyber, disaster, food, and so on, but also to begin to look at how we secure institutions as well, as institutions that are generating knowledge. How, as government, do we support those institutions to ensure that they provide us with all the information that we need for us to be able to formulate policies based on information, policies based on data, and policies that are, of course, are supported by evidence. It is very important that I share with you also that there are a number of initiatives that we're looking at as part of implementing the space program. That we do have quite a number of human capital development programs. One being at DUT. We're also looking at supporting other new universities, as in new programs in universities such as Fort Hare, which we've already started. I think Kaiser can speak to that. We will be looking at Limpopo, Venda, Northwest as well, on how we can support them, because our ultimate goal, even though Mike and the team would like to send things up, our ultimate goal is on the downstream, because the downstream is where it matters, where we begin to build these applications, products and services that are going to improve the lives of all South Africans. And therefore, we want to focus on those universities in ensuring that we build this capacity on the downstream side, so that they can begin to generate all these applications that we're talking about on water security, on food security, energy, and other relevant applications that are going to address some of these societal challenges. We are investing on, of course, an indigenous launch capability program, which is critical, because we've seen, you've seen the shift in the geopolitics, so we don't know, Prof. Eno, if you are going to build payloads with your team, and how are you going to get those payloads up in space, unless if we do have access to space, right? It's a policy that we have decided as government of South Africa that we're going to invest on that. We're building capacity. We might not get there maybe with Mike's rocket, but we would have built a number of engineers that, who knows, there might be other spin-offs and spillovers. But ultimately, I hope that we're going to build an engine that we can also sell and contribute to the economy, and hopefully I will get my return on investment. We're also looking at what we're calling a space infrastructure hub. We're engaging with Treasury. The whole idea is to build an infrastructure that's going to support all the thematic areas as outlined in the National Space Strategy, looking at satellite navigation, looking at satellite communications, looking at Earth observation, space exploration. It's something that we're venturing into now. You might have heard that we are working with NASA, looking at the Deep Space Network. We're very excited. Of course, again, it's going to Western Cape. I would have liked that to be in somewhere in Limpopo, but because of the geographic advantage that we have in an area called Markiesfontein, that's where we're going to be starting with the LEX program, the Lunar Exploration Ground segment that we'll be building. We've secured initial funding. NASA is planning, or they've already committed in investing over R500 million. I wish it was dollars. But we also looking at other advanced spacefaring nations that are looking at space probes or deep space exploration, and it's exciting. There are countries that are already talking to us, the Norwegians, the Swedish, and it's all exciting. And we believe these are programs that are going to generate a lot of income in terms of foreign direct investment, which we will reinvest into the space program so that we can build more capacity for the country and build more infrastructure that's going to support the development of the National Space Program, but also in contributing to economic reconstruction and recovery plan, because ultimately everything that we do here, if it doesn't align or respond to our national imperatives, then I can tell you that there's a huge shift within the National Treasury that every transaction that they're making, they view that as an investment. And therefore, we're going to have to demonstrate the return on investment on all the money that we're being allocated by that. We are also finalizing the satellite communication strategy, which of course my colleagues are here, they'll be able to share with you. That's critical. Joe will tell you here that even while he was still at Centeg or ATNS, that the amount of money that is leaving this country in hiring transponders, I don't know, I've lost track right now, but it's in excess of billions. Because we don't have our own satellite. And therefore, as government, we're saying that instead of this money leaving the country, why doesn't this money stay here? So we will be investing in that. We're working very closely with Digital Communications and Technology Department. And the idea is that we would like to take the SATCOM, or the Satellite Communication Strategy, to Cabinet for approval, and therefore then start looking at the implementation of the. But it's exciting for us. We believe that we'll create more opportunities. We'll begin to respond to some of the challenges that we're facing in responding to the education of the future through either tele or e-education, looking at e-health, and of course innovation in various areas. We are also looking at the satellite development program. We're building quite a number of payloads as we speak with the CSRR, looking at the K-line. Because of disasters, we know what fires do to parts of our country. We're also looking at synthetic aperture radar. And the whole idea with that is to ensure that in areas like today, with your optical payload, you won't be able to capture what's happening here. When there are disasters as well, that's when you would require synthetic aperture radar to be able to penetrate the clouds and obtain the information. And this is critical for planning as well as responding to disasters. But also, we understand that there are other terrestrial applications that comes with SAR data, particularly looking at agriculture and so on. So, colleagues, there are quite a number of initiatives that, as a department, we will be investing on. You would hear that in November the 4th, we'll be launching our Space Weather Center. This is a world-class facility that's going to be providing space weather information for the global community, but we are the regional center that's going to be providing that information, and it's exciting. Maritime, it's critical. We've got more than 2,400 kilometers of our sea coast. We're well endowed with marine resources. We have to protect our marine resources. We have to ensure that there's proper governance of our oceans and so on. And we will be further building the constellation. We're working with Cape Peninsula University of Technology But in all this that I've said, as part of national development, it's critical that we build the industry. We create opportunities for young people, women, and therefore the culture of business development, the culture of entrepreneurship, it's something that we need to begin to invest quite significantly. As universities, we know that through NIPMO, we're supporting TTOs, technology transfers offices, Prof and everybody that's here and the students. We want to see your ideas going to the market. The time, yes, I know that as professors we like publishing, and it's good for the country that we publish because we're generating new knowledge. But I get assessed on my performance when we begin to create more opportunities for young people and when we begin to generate some income and create more opportunities and contribute to our fiscus. I would like to say that if we do work together, everywhere where I go, I'm a preacher of collaborations these days, that if you don't collaborate, you run a risk of perishing. And therefore, let's collaborate as industry, as government, as civil organizations, and ensure that we do address inequality. We do ensure that we live in harmony and peaceful, where we are in a country which is free from fear and want. And I would like to thank you all. Thank you very much.
Very big thank you. A very big thank you, Mr. Mendao, for we have a little token of appreciation for taking time off your busy schedule and flying all the way from Victoria to Durban. To be presented by our Administrator, Slindile Sitole. Smile, sir, so we can see your smile. A very big thank you. Now you can see the vision of the federal, of the national government in terms of the reach and this whole stretch of space science and technology affecting all areas of life, which he has alluded to, not in the area of security, national security, securing our borders, maritime resources, and so forth. Of course, in the area of the 4R technologies, this is a key enabler of that particular digitization of the entire economy, which is the government's agenda. A very big thank you, sir, for the presentation. And professors, we continue to publish to keep the records for all history. And researchers, we continue to do the work and help us break new frontiers. We have a very significant turnout for this symposium, more than twice our last edition. We had thought before to do a photo op, but we're going to skip that for just simply logistics will be complicated. I can't put everybody out here. But you ensure everything's captured on video by Friday. The link will be released for all to see the entire presentations and the entire sessions. A very big thank you for turning up. There are folks here that I want to appreciate. I'm going to now introduce the MCs for this occasion. They will take over from here, and I'll gladly move into semi-retirement there. For the session coming up and for the rest of the program, we'll have Ifani Tahulela as well as Ntombi Kweyama, who are the MCs at this occasion. Please, can you stand up so they can see who you are and appreciate you? Thank you. All right. So I will call on Ifani to please come over and take over the proceedings of the meeting. For presentations, we are on time. We are spot on. We are 8:45. So presentations are limited to 15 minutes. The presentation should be about 10 minutes. You go over maybe 12 minutes and give a few minutes for any comments or questions and so forth. Please do strictly adhere because we have a very tight schedule. We have more presentations than we had planned for. But please, we'll do the very best to keep within the time. And if you are exceeding your 15 minutes, I'll come here and I will use a space shuttle to carry you to your seat. Huh? Okay. All right. Fanny, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aifani Taurera, and I'll be your MC today. And I will be introducing our first speaker for the session. It's going to be Bekinkosi Madonsela from DUT, and he will be presenting, or she will be presenting on evaluating the multi-global navigational satellite system, constellation to mitigate multipath signals. Bekinkosi. Okay, you have only 50 minutes, sir.
I would like to extend my warm greeting to the leaders of the space science, the fellow researchers, and the delegates. I'm representing evaluating the model of the multi-global constellation satellite system to mitigate the multipath signal. All right, thanks. Yeah, evaluating the model of the multi-global navigation satellite system to mitigate the multipath signal. I will take you through the introduction. The concept of the GNS is the concept of determining the velocity and time for stationary and dynamic application using the relevant integrated technology and system. In recent applications, the operation of the GNS systems, we've got the GLONASS and the GPAD that is based on a radio navigation scheme that utilizes the radio frequency signals. There are appropriate set of navigation data signal and the codes that are modulated into wave carrier. Hence, the receiver can calculate the definite distance to estimate how far is the satellite to the end user. The time differential between the reception and transmission is very crucial, and it needs to be estimated accordingly by the relevant satellite and the user on view. So this is just the abbreviation page for all abbreviation that will be used along the process. So the objective of this research work, the main objective is to adopt the combined signal distinction in a multi-signal GNS receivers to minimize the impact of the multipath signal and attenuation along the satellite path. If adopting the combined signal detection, study and analyze the integration of the GPS constellation and the Galileo constellation. Study and investigate the sources of signal degradation in GNS receiver through the analysis of the effect and data bit transition and the Doppler effect. Evaluating the performance of combined signal detection and further analyze the satellite availability in multi-constellation. Okay, this is the methodology that is being used to carry out this research, but some of the things are not being presented in this article. So the literature review, multipath signal analysis, the implementation of CST, which is the combined signal detection, investigation of the additional sources that contribute towards signal degradation, and evaluate the performance of the CST. So looking at the global navigation satellite system, we've got two most popular generations. The one is being referred as the generation one, where we've got the GPS, which is the American system, and the GLONASS, which is the Russian system. But recently, we've got new system, the European system, which is the Galileo, and the one that belongs to China, which is the Beidou systems, also known as a COMPASS. So here we've got the the model for baseband signal that come from the space. And if you are considering the signal from the space, there are few things of importance that you need to consider. The things like the amplitude of the signal. We look at the Doppler effect frequency, you look at the code phase, you look at the time. Okay, this is just a continuation of the previous slide where I was explaining that the PI represent the transmitted power that deemed to be equal to the observable satellite, and the DI is a low rate data bit sequence that is between -1 and 1 of the TPL, and the CIX represent the PRL, of which the CTO range distribution along the chip length of the satellite. This is the architecture of the global navigation satellite system. We have the space segment, we have the control segment, and the user segment. The space segment is a segment that is responsible of emitting the signal to the user segment. There we have got numerous constellation, and recently we have got even the augmentation system, of which is used to improve the accuracy. That is the control segment that is used to control and keep the configuration files for the communication of these two segments, the user and the space segment. Then the user is the end user, the receivers. It can be the aeroplanes, the cars, or even in a surveying environment. Then we go and look at the GPS constellation and the modulation schemes that are being used there. For the GPS system that are being used recently, we've got 3 frequency links, L1, L2, and the L5. L5 is the most recent one. L1 and L2, they have been there for a long time. And you look at the spectrum code. We have the first code, that is a CA code that is used for space vehicles. We have the Y code, that is modulated, that is using the BPSK for modulation. Again, we have the Y code, Y spectrum code, and the L1C code that is using MBOC modulation. And then we have the L2CM code that is the civil long code, and the L2CL code. Again, this is for civil codes, and the M code that is for marital applications, and the L5 code that uses BPSK and the ALTPC, and I will emphasize on this code as we go forward. L5. This is a frequency allocation that indicates that shows the frequency link. Here we've got the L5 for GPS, we've got L2 for GPS, we've got L1 there for GPS, and here we've got 5EA and 5EP that belongs to Galileo, but at the same frequency level with GPS. Again, we've got G3 that belongs to GLONASS, B2 that belongs to Beidou, and the E6 that belongs to Galileo as well, and the E1 that belongs to Galileo as well. All that are G are for GLONASS and P are for Beidou. So looking at the Galileo constellation, we've got the E1, the frequency link for E1 that uses the CPOC for modulation. Again, we've got E5 and E6, those 3 links. And then we go and look at the architecture of the receiver itself. We've got the front end that is used to capture the signal from the space and keep the moment of the signal, like the time of arrival, the amplitude, the size of the amplitude, the code delay, the frequency, and everything for further processing, because at the end, there should be a correlation to look at how long did the process of processing and conversion from analog to digital took, and see the losses along the process. So the concept here will represent the concept of the multi-path signal. This is largely experienced in the areas like urban areas where we've got the tall buildings that they normally cause the reflection of the signal from the space. As you can see, we have the direct signal of what this is what we hope to get or what we're looking for. And we've got this signal that come to the surface and then the reflection to the receiver or the antenna that capture the signal from the space. The reflection of the signal from the space, from the surface close to the receiver, generally cause the multi-path propagation. In many cases, those surfaces are metal surface and buildings, and the reflection results in a formation of the secondary propagation path as illustrated in the previous figure. This signal have the ability to significantly distort the phase and the amplitude of the signal along the direct path. Hence, this led to the deformation in the correlation function. Because the correlation function is just the part that is there in a GNS receiver. So now, I spoke about the collective signal detection. This is a schematic diagram that represents what is happening behind the combined signal detection. There is a software that I used. I don't know what happened in this presentation. There is a software that I used, which is a GLab that has been developed, that were developed under European Space Agency, where you have got the option to select any constellation that you want to do an analysis in. But looking at this is just a schematic representation to represent the background of the coding that were important to the GLab software to look at this result, to estimate the clock bias, the code phase, the Doppler frequency, and the position. Here we've got the result that were extracted in the software, where we have got in figure 6 the cross correlation, because we're looking at the multi-constellation environment where we have got the signal from GPS and the signal from Galileo. So the processing and the estimate, we look at the cross correlation, we compare the GPS signal, of which the red one, and the Galileo signal, to look at the similarities between the two, if it's possible to use them in one receiver, in one environment. Because in some cases you find that there is availability of other constellations like Beto or Galileo, but not GPS. And you are using the GPS machine. Let's say, okay, for example, if I can say, for GPS to get an accurate result in terms of velocity, position, and time, you need at least 3 satellites to be visible. For calculation, you need at least 3 satellites. So let's say you have a satellite that is 90% visible and 85% visible, and one satellite that is a dead satellite that is between 45 and 50% visible. So that satellite will start compromising the accuracy of the result, because it's not visible similar to the others. But now here we're looking at the option to say, okay, if this one satellite is not clearly visible, so let's look at other constellation. If we got one satellite, let's say it's 100% visible from the other constellation like Galileo. Yeah, these are just results that were extracted from the GLab software. This is still the continuation of the result, the power spectral density and the data bit and the data bit and pilot for cross constellation. The receivers for positioning system calculate the allocation using the relevant signal received from the satellite in common view. Since the receiver needs 4 or more satellites to compute the accurate location and further allow satellite tracking and detection. In chapter 2 of my research, We provide the comprehensive analysis of the GNS architecture, frequency allocation, signal structure, and the receiver designs. The baseband signal motion control the characteristics of the signal and the shape of the GNS correlation function. The GNS is used to obtain the PVT solution. Computation of this solution is derivative of the frequency range obtained from the correct output model. The GNS went through some evolution with the introduction of the new GNS system that's been mentioned before, the Galileo and the GLONASS. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Madonsela. You were right on time. I was told that there's no questions, but we can have comments for at least maybe a minute or two. Any comment?
Oh, a very quick one. Mr. Becky is a PhD student who is just finishing right now his thesis. That's the work that came out from his thesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Any other comment? Okay.
So, thank you, Becky. I think there has been efforts from the DSI and SANS as well, looking at where is Kaiser? The augmentation in terms of increasing our accuracy, like the professor talked about the precision. But how is this work then aligned to space-based augmentation system work that we're looking at? Because I know that you're looking at a number of other constellations, your Beidou, GPS, GLONASS, hopefully, and all of those, because that becomes very critical in our efforts, particularly now looking at precision agriculture or other precision applications that we may be looking at. And I just want to know, how do we then, integrate part of his thesis work to the efforts that we're putting as government? Thank you, Prof.
Thanks, Prof. and Mr. Madonsela. Just to add on Mr. Mdau's comment as well, I also wanted to say, then your work, how does it contribute to aviation safety of life? Since we know this SBUS is trying to address that as well. So can you help us with those two questions, please? Thank you.
Just on behalf of the student, he's finishing in the next 6 weeks, so I will encourage you to hire him in your company very quickly, and he will provide you all those details that we have. Thank you very much. 30 seconds.
All right, thank you. As I mentioned previously, that we are looking at the combined signal detection. So to answer that question, we are looking at the issue where we are detecting more than one signal from different satellites, just to improve the accuracy, to improve the timing, to improve the velocity across all applications, including the electricity industry. Remember, for example, in electrical industry, we need a real-time monitoring of the power system. So we just need to improve mostly the timing for every event that is taking place, because the timing is also controlled by the satellite in the atomic clock. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bekinkosi, and all the comments on the floor. And then I will call upon our next speaker, Professor Sanya Bauk, who's going to be presenting on the physical computing in a freight container tracking. Thank you, Prof. Oh yes, I'm told to announce the password for the conference venue. I think it's CSTM Wi-Fi, and then it's capital letter Musgrave _ 2020. And then I'll have it with me if you need the password.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. My name is Sanja Bauk, and I'm professor at Maritime Studies Department at DUT, and I'm also with Space Science Center. I will present a presentation which is entitled Physical Computing in Freight Container Tracking. The co-author is Mr. Radoje Jankic. He is an international student at Faculty of Accounting and Informatics at DUT, and I'm his supervisor. So let me start with short explanation what is meant by physical computing. As you can see on the site, physical computing involves interactive systems that can sense and respond to the world around them. It is a creative framework for understanding human beings' relationship to the digital world and its connections with the physical, real world in a particular settings. In practical use, the term physical computing most often describes handmade art design or the IU or do-it-itself hobby, educational, or research projects that use sensors and microcontrollers to translate analog into digital inputs and to transfer these signals to the software systems. So what we were doing here, we were doing one do-it-itself experiment, and we developed this scheme of tracking freight container in land and offshore transportation. In the very center of the scheme, I'm not sure, can I use this? Oh, I'm sorry. Better not to use it because obviously I don't know how to use it. Anyway, in the very center of the scheme is a very small Raspberry Pi computer, which is used for these educational and experimental purposes. We have three types of sensors which are connected to the Raspberry Pi. It's a tilt or motion sensor, temperature and humidity sensor, and light sensor. We have a battery supply for the computer and UPS, which has to prevent the system of unwanted voltage oscillations. The system is connected with GSM and GPS modem, and we have back-end info communication system, which includes server, working station, which can be desktop or laptop computer, and it can be also virtually smartphone. And the end user communicate with the system through web-based, secure web-based application, which is under development. I have presented this scheme last year, but this time we developed code in Python, which is collecting the signals from the sensors and transfer these to the Raspberry Pi and back-end info communication system. This is instrumentation developed by the student. So he used, as I said, Raspberry Pi, three types of sensors, and he placed all these instruments into one transparent box. This box will be installed inside the container. So when the container is open, the system will be activated. In the following slides, I presented a pseudo code in Python, which is high-level general-purpose programming language, and I will highlight some routines which are important within this program. One is connection with the base. The other is function that reads values of light sensor and sends these back to the system. Here you can see functions that read data from tilt or motion sensor, and also the function that reads data for humidity and temperature sensors and send them back to the Raspberry Pi and backend info communication system. This is important part of the code because it compares the actual signals acquired from the sensors with the boundary levels. And in the case that the actual signal exceeds the boundary level, alarm will be triggered and announcement will be sent to the user that something is happening, that something opened the door of the computer when it was on the container, sorry, when it was not supposed to be open. Then the light sensor will be triggered automatically, and the alarm will be sent to the user. Also, we ensure within the code that the data will be entered into the system every 1 minute with a few seconds oscillation. We plan to put the whole instrumentation into a briefcase in order to allow easier portability. What are the further steps in this research? We will provide insurance and clearance for freight container transport over Montenegrin, Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian borders, and also Italian border. And in such a way, we will include 3 different modes of transportation: road, rail, and sea, and follow the container through all these roads. The container will be equipped with electronic seal and chip for in close to real-time monitoring of light, temperature, humidity, tilt, and motion. And for the last, gyro-stabilized sensor will be used. This data will be continuously transmitted 24/7 via Raspberry Pi and high-speed modem. Collected data will be integrated with backend database and available to secure web-based application for the container tracking across the borders by different means of cargo, land, and offshore transportation. For secure web-based application, we are using Python as well, and this application is currently under development. So these are the further steps of this do-it-yourself experiment. But I would like to put this into the wider context and try to answer the question how containers are commonly tracked at sea nowadays. And in this context, I would like to say that shipping industry, which is based on container transportation, is a huge business nowadays because containers underpin the global economy, moving more than 4 trillion US dollar goods every year. And there is a huge number of containers in operation nowadays. So what I would like to highlight is that shipping industry is a key point of the global supply chain. Everybody in the world needs shipping, but they are not always aware of this. So all the goods that we need came mostly from the sea routes. So let me answer the question how containers are commonly followed or tracked nowadays. They are followed indirectly because some containers have electronic seals, one that we are trying to develop on our own, but majority of the containers do not have electronic seals. So the question is how we follow these containers. As I said, indirectly through the documents that follow the containers. It can be booking request, booking confirmation, packing list, commercial invoice, bill of lading. And these documents are shared among numerous actors or players in maritime, like custom brokers, port authorities, cargo owner, ocean carrier, free part logistic players, and so on and so forth. And this exchange of documents between different stakeholders or players in maritime nowadays is realized through blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is not only connected with cryptocurrencies, it also includes smart contracts, it includes cargo tracking, as I said, and if it is based on open platforms, in that case, it gives the space for new service development. Okay, I have to take care about the time. So I would like quickly to say that IBM, which is a huge multinational IT corporation, and Maersk, which is the big shipping company, developed a TradeLens platform. It's a blockchain platform which enables this sharing of documents that follow containers and different stakeholders. So blockchain enables dealing with smart contracts, recording transactions, and tracking assets in both physical and virtual space. It allows unattempered record of transactions over physical and virtual assets. The network nodes within blockchain must validate and approve transactions before they are packing into time-step blocks, which form chains of transactions. This requires complex inter-nodes communication and consensus mechanisms. When it comes to TradeLens, this platform is a huge one. TradeLens handles more than 10 million events and more than 100,000 documents weekly. And this system covers 120 shipping events type. And I have to say that IBM and Maersk today control 20% of shipping industry. And they are using blockchain. So it speaks something in terms what we can expect in the future. We can expect that blockchain technology will be deployed in a greater extent. And of course, these smart contracts will be connected with physical tracking of containers. Block shipping is another platform besides TradeLens, which I would like to mention, and it is allocated for optimal deployment of empty containers. It is based on Global Shipping Container Register, Empty Container Repository Engine, autonomous intelligence software agents, and smart contracts. It uses two types of tokens, internal and external, and it has intention to be widely deployed in the future. Information sharing between multiple actors in maritime is changing, whilst trust and transparency are crucial. Blockchain, as an alternative to traditional centralized information system, offers the potential to redefine maritime business processes through immutable and safe records that can be shared between multiple parties. It allows actors to keep cryptographically protected ledger that can be shared trustfully among selected actors. Since maritime cluster is mostly driven by costs and gains to adopt technological advancements, blockchain adoption is still relatively slow. This can be caused also by the lack of the knowledge of the opportunities that this technology can bring into the sector. Implementation of bylaws, which will regulate maritime blockchain applications at global scale, is an additional issue. Asymmetric information sharing up and downstream along supply chains, it should be taken into consideration as well. All these are the concerns that worry some big players, but even more small players in maritime who are a lower position in the supply chain. Having in mind all aforementioned, worldwide adoption of maritime blockchain will not happen overnight. This requires time, generally higher level of maritime culture, and joint efforts of all relevant stakeholders. In the meantime, we suggest do-it-yourself experimental trials. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. We have another 2 minutes for comments.
Sorry?
Why interested in those particular borders that you mentioned? Italy, I think you mentioned three of them there. Any interest?
Yeah, that is interesting because when it's in a custom zone, usually containers are not very well covered in terms of transferring signals about their status. From some reason, that areas are not well covered. So we would like to explore the connectivity in such zones, in custom zones.
Thanks, Prof. Just a quick one also from my side. There has been, I would like to believe, an increase in terms of human trafficking. And part and parcel of the operation that has been used has been the usage of containers, you know. And how do you envisage such applications to minimize that area of crime for human security? Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, it's not possible to check every single container. So there is a huge possibility of different kind of illegal actions with the computers. Because when a custom come to check it, they check only 1 or 2 containers, randomly selected. And physically, it is not possible to check every single container still, unfortunately.
With regard to the Raspberry Pi system, how does the motion sensor cope with the movement on a ship when it's at sea?
Yeah, that was my question as well. It can be triggered only when you have a huge angle, you know, but when it comes to ship yawing and all that stuff, I'm not sure it can be measured. And what happened with the containers? They are fixed, but sometimes, you know, when they are over the deck, they can fall down. And when the alarm is triggered, it's late to do anything with it. So I was asking my students as well, but yeah, it's difficult to give you the answer. But thank you for your question, it's a really good one. The biggest problem with the case when the containers are falling down, when they are above the deck. And when the alarm is activated, it will be late to react. And
the normal movement of a ship doesn't trigger it, does it?
no, only extreme weather conditions, but not normal yawing of the ship can cause that, because the containers are fixed, as you know. But when the weather is severe, then it can happen, and you can't do a lot accordingly, unfortunately. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Prof.
We have one more.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, Prof. I just wanted to find out, so how much of a difference do you think the electronic seals are going to bring to the shipping industry? Because I know the normal container seals are associated with a lot of problems, for instance, thefts and so on and so forth. So the electronic ones, how much of a difference will they sort of bring? Thank you.
Yeah, they will bring a huge difference, but still it's not possible to track and trace every single container on board the ship. If you have 25,000 containers on board the ship, it's not possible to track every single container yet. But I don't think that we should stop to find a way how to do that. Because it's the only way how to track really containers physically in close to real time if you have electronic seals to them. If you follow them via the documentation, then it's not possible, because some containers fell down the ship and you have no clue which container it is until you come to the end port, and then you can realize which containers are missing. The only way is to have electronic seals at every single container and to track them. But still, it is not developed such a solution. Containers are in these blockchains, they are tracked indirectly, as I said, via the documentation which follow them. Just a certain number of containers have at the moment electronic seals. The majority doesn't have.
Sorry, I have one question. I was Prof. Bach here.
Okay.
Thanks. I was interested in that insurance, the one you said you're going to provide insurance to certain borders, and I'm just wondering why are you providing insurance to only those borders? So what happens to other borders? There'll be no insurance cover?
Yeah, we have to provide insurance for all borders, but sometimes different countries have different regulations in terms of providing insurance. And sometimes you have to reinsure the container if it is passing to another border, because unfortunately the communication among these countries that I mentioned are not so smooth at the moment, and you have to insure and reinsure a container when it is within the borders of another country. Yeah.
A very big thank you, but just one quick comment. Just a very quick comment. I've picked up 3 research topics out of this presentation. So when Prof says this is not yet done otherwise, that's a problem to be solved. So a very big thank you for opening that to our understanding, and just carry on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I'll be calling our next speaker, Ms. Ntombezinhle Kweyama. And she will be presenting on the digital tools in higher education for the 4th Industrial Revolution.
Good morning. My name is Ntombezinhle Kweyama. And I'm going to be presenting on digital tools in higher education. Apologies, we're trying to open the presentation. Thank you. Yes, I will be presenting on the digital tools in higher education for the 4th Industrial Revolution. What we'll be focusing on is to explore the 4th Industrial Revolution technology used at higher education institutions to produce skillful graduates that will be competent and employable by the industry. So the questions to think about, how do we use technologies in teaching and learning, including face-to-face, blended learning, and online distance learning? And these are the following questions that we may think about, which is, which management learning system do we use mostly? That can be Blackboard, Moodle, Canvas, Brightspace. And other question is, which digital tools do we use for sharing documents? Could be Google Docs, Drawings, Trello, Padlet, Flipgrid, Malnotes, Perusal, and etc. And also, we can also think about which communication tools do we use in communication with students or with lecturers, which can be Messenger, Viber, WhatsApp, MS Teams, Adobe Connect, or Slack. So in the late 60s, the 3rd Industrial Revolution began, and it brought introduction of memory, programmable control, computers, and automated production. And the 4th Industrial Revolution started at the beginning of the 21st century. It uses cyber-physical systems, full automation, advanced robotics, big data, Internet of Things, and cloud computing. So the borderline is still unclear between the third and the fourth industrial revolutions. And I would like to ask the audience to participate in maybe this following questions, which is, do previously mentioned that digital tools in teaching and learning aids belong to third industrial revolution or to the fourth? So here I have the fourth industrial revolution scheme, where you can see that it has includes augmented reality, cloud computing, mobile devices, Internet of Things platforms, location detection technologies, advanced human-machine interfaces, authentication and fraud detection, 3D printing, smart sensors, big data analytics, multi-customer interaction, and customer profiling. So I have prepared a survey that I would like for us to participate in. If anyone did not receive the link, they may please type it and just participate on one question. Yes.
Give them some minutes and also interact with them and see whether they've typed it and all of that.
Please do let me know if you are having any challenges with the link. Yes, please. There is a link to participate in a question survey that I have. Yes, please may type it in your browser. Yes. Yes, and also in the Space Science group, there is a link. Did everyone get the link? Is everyone able to access? I would like to present the results. However, I see that we do not have the connection here. I am gonna continue with the presentation. And thank you so much for those who have participated. So I've got a few examples of advanced technologies, enhanced learning environments that I would like to present, which one is holograms. So with holograms, most students seek to new ways of learning and perceive the use of the holograms as a tool that could increase their learning. The online education would have been different paradigm if we could have used the holographic presentations for classes. The holograms are becoming increasingly popular, and they are starting to find practical application in many different fields. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm not sure how to present. So these are the results. Thank you so much for participating. We had 21 people who participated, and I three think that the third industrial revolution, the tools that were mentioned belong to the third industrial revolution. And 18 people think that they belong to the fourth industrial revolution. So this is basically what I'm trying to also find and investigate on, because they still, thank you so much, because there is still the borderline is still unclear with regards to where which technologies fall on the fourth industrial revolution. So yes, with holograms, they are becoming increasingly popular, and they are starting to find the practical application in many different fields, including entertainment, medicine, and education. So they're defined as a method of producing a three-dimensional impression and photographic images of an object. As we can see on the displayed picture on my presentation. So the recording of the image, it brings life, and they are each referred to as the holograms. So with holograms, educators and experts can explain crucial subjects and perform experiments right before their learners. For instance, for medical students, they can be walked through surgical procedures without actually having to be in one classroom. And so they can also be tapped into showcase extremely complex subjects and experiments, which learners can also return to later from the comforts of their homes. And this makes this entire process extremely interactive. Holograms and telepresence can be used interchangeably. So for telepresence, it's defined as the subjective experience of being in one place or environment, even when one is physically situated in another place. It's also known as virtual presence. So the holographic telepresence system, it allows the users to project realistic, full motion, 3D images in real time. With their help, distant people and objects can be displayed in rooms full of people. They are able to communicate in real-time audio communication too. In order to impact the learning of students with holographic teaching, great teachers should always be in the projection. Teachers who are ready to go beyond the tool to motivate the students to learn, change the attitude towards the subject positively, and collaborate with classmates. So are holograms and telepresence the future of education? This is also something that we can think about and really look into with the education system. So the pros and cons for the three-dimensional holographic technologies is that environments are characterized by elements such as rich graphics, motions, interaction, perspective, great sound, and movement. All these can stimulate students to learn better. And the cons is that it requires high costs of installation and the fast connection, and it is also still under development. On the screen, I have A-screen displays or holographic computer interface, which are also still under development for the future of education. I also have a bracelet which projects a smartphone on a forearm, which is also under the development. In closing, I have a quote from Jenny Anerid, which says that technology can become the wings that will allow the educational world to fly farther and faster than ever before if we allow it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ntombizinhle. Now I'll have 2 minutes for comments. All right, Prof.
Now at DUT, we are going back to the classroom and face-to-face learning. And what I'm worrying about is we used to use Moodle for automatic assessment of our students, but now we have to go to 120, 200, 250 assignments and to assess them manually. So is it the way forward or backward? Thank you.
I think that it's a way backward because yes, with technology, it makes even the lecturer's job easier in terms of that what you have just mentioned, assignments where you have to practically do it when there's technology that can be used for such things.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick one from my side. The pandemic really revealed and showed that as it is as a country, we lack in terms of infrastructure development. There were a number of students who were in serious rural areas who fell behind in terms of the studies, both in the basic education and higher education level. Now, what I want to source out of you is how are these technologies, or maybe let me ask this question this way. This type of technology, isn't it, don't you view it or view them as they are disengaging the most poor people in the country and expanding the gap between the haves and the have-nots? Because if you develop a system that cannot be used in Pongolo, for instance, as an example, or in Kuruman Batlarus, how is that improving the diversity and human nature of the country as our country is currently right now?
Thank you so much for the question. I would like to answer as well.
Just a quick comment. I think we are here to provide the coverage, better coverage around the whole country. And we need only one big satellite powerful for doing that. And the rich people, they are donating computers which are obsolete for themselves, and they can be used in a rural area for education. So it's not a big deal. It's just providing one good satellite with a good coverage, and we are done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. So my question is, where are these technologies being developed? Number one. And then number two, how will they be maintained in Africa? Are we developing the skills that will be able to maintain, program, upgrade, and all of these things? And if you are importing them, then the copyright, have you thought about that as well? So I'm just thinking, have you thought about, yes, I agree, we should digitize or take our education to the fourth industrial, fifth industrial revolution, but what about where it's being created? Thank you.
Thank you. With my investigation, I have found that in countries like Bangladesh, these technologies were already in use, but some of them, like the ones I've shown, the smart screens, are still under development. So it'll be for further investigation, honestly. Thank you.
Prof,
Thank you.
Can I also make an intervention? Because, I mean, the point that was raised by the gentleman and the doctor there, these are very, very important questions. I mean, the issue of coverage, geographical coverage, I mean, it's critical. And we cannot ignore that because it's a reality that we face in this country. And I'm happy that Prof said we should just build this high throughput satellite, right? That will ensure there's rural connectivity, and hopefully we'll get there. But I wanted to follow up on the doctor's question on who is building or developing these applications, because that has also security elements in it. I talked earlier on about data and information being the currency, right? And therefore securing some of this data or information means that we will have to look at investing in building our own systems, building our own applications, because you would want to secure your information and data. And it's something that Prof and everybody that's here that we need to begin to look at that, and as part of continuing with your research, perhaps begin to look at how do we influence, the education curriculum that we have in building certain targeted skills that will ensure that we respond to the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you.
Sure. A very big thank you, Mr. Mdao, and Prof. Buck, Dr. Malloy, and Prof. Fawana. What I just want to say here is that what we are finding happening right now is that a lot of research questions are popping up in the process of these presentations, which is very good. Interestingly, Prof. Fawana there is an expert in the area of law, so she has a very big interest in what she's asking about. So also we're having a whole mix, electronic engineers, digital, communications, and all other aspects here, entrepreneurs, and a very diverse mix of people. So these questions and these comments actually provide us with different opportunities, either for entrepreneurship, product development, and so forth. Researchers, all of the diverse people here. So I think they're all taking note of this, and in my own summary on those post-conference or post-symposium, I'll share this with the entire audience so that we have many new areas we can look into in terms of research, product development, entrepreneurship, or implementation. So a very big thank you for the presentation. It stimulated a lot of interest and questions, and I'll hand over to the MC to please get things going.
Thank you so much, Prof. If you want to use a ladies' room or gentlemen's rooms, you can just go outside the door. There will be two beautiful ladies to assist you there from there. Our next speaker will be Petokuhle Madladla from DUT, and she'll be presenting tactical digital marketing in the South African e-commerce industry.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Petokuhle Madlala from DUT. My research topic is the influence of data-driven marketing on consumer decision-making, tactical digital marketing in the South African e-commerce industry. So just an overview, the concept of e-commerce in its simplest form is referred to as online retail sales. And we've seen the acceleration of e-commerce during COVID in South Africa. And we've seen these business models enable companies and consumers to buy and sell through internet services. So data-driven economic activities give rise to business wealth opportunities and drive consumer behavior patterns. So data-driven marketing allows for this to be done through behavioral information monitored online, which generates digital trails, which can later be analyzed by web owners to identify key consumer trends. So as you guys would know, from every Friday night when you order your supper, you'll get a notification from a Mr. Delivery. And this is exactly what data-driven marketing means. They monitor your behavior online, and then from there, they see your need recognition and then try to entice you to buy a certain meal at a specific time of the day. So with data-driven marketing, concepts such as user experience, content marketing, user-generated content, as well as electronic word of mouth are used by companies to understand and influence consumer behavior buying patterns. So in South Africa, approximately over 22 million consumers shop online countrywide. If I go into the problem statement, so the evolution of technology has made the world more dynamic. It has influenced businesses to become more efficient by providing online solutions to consumer needs and wants. So there have been a number of studies that have been done on consumer decision making, specifically focusing on digital marketing. My problem statement is as follows. So with the acceleration of e-commerce in South Africa, companies need to better understand how to influence the consumer decision-making process online whilst being responsible with consumer data. So going into the literature review, there are 4 key big moments that I'll be looking at. So firstly, looking at the South African e-commerce industry. So over the last decade, technology has fast-tracked South African e-commerce businesses that are estimated to be about $3 billion US in net sales, with a 37% increase in penetration, again amounting to 22 million consumers shopping online. So with rapid development of big data and artificial intelligence, the pace of e-commerce has grown significantly over the last couple of years. When I go into data-driven marketing, so data-driven marketing is instrumental in digital marketing as it practices the concepts of targeting and segmenting consumers, which is the process of taking a single audience and grouping it depending on specific characteristics. So the application of big data technology can better analyze needs and purchase tendencies of consumers and conduct reasonable marketing to encourage consumption and increase interactivity on this basis. From a digital marketing perspective, so the foundations of digital marketing is an extension of the concept of marketing, and digital marketing is unique in its foundation due to the marketing process taking place purely on a technology or internet-led medium. These advancements allow companies to use the concepts of marketing in a very tactical, data-led manner that enables them to understand consumer behavior as digital means allow for the capability of real-time consumer behavior tracking. So in my study, I'll be specifically looking at the consumer decision-making process and how online purchasing can influence the consumer at each step of this. So when I speak about the consumer decision-making process, the first pillar is from a need recognition perspective. Then the consumer searches for information. Then thirdly, they evaluate alternatives. Then they make a purchasing decision. And then lastly, post-purchase behavior, where they decide whether they are satisfied or dissatisfied with the product. If I go into the aims, objectives, and my research question, so the aim of the study is to assess the influence of data-driven marketing on the consumer decision-making process, and then what is the influence of data-driven marketing. The influence of data-driven marketing will then be assessed through tactical digital marketing in the South Africa e-commerce industry. From an objectives perspective, my first objective will be to assess how much consumers understand about how their data is used online to influence their purchasing decisions. And then secondly, I'll be looking to gain insights on the different digital tactics consumers are exposed to by e-commerce retailers specifically. And then thirdly, I'll be looking to assess which digital marketing tactics the consumer is exposed to at a particular stage of their decision-making process. Then the fourth objective will be to determine the effectiveness of digital marketing tactics used to influence the consumer decision-making process. And then lastly, the objective of the study will be to develop a model that assists e-commerce retailers to influence the consumer decision-making process from the need recognition phase all the way up to post-purchase behavior, whilst being responsible on how they utilize consumer data. If I go into my research questions, my first research question is, to what extent do consumers understand and make use of technology when making a buying decision? The second research question is, what digital marketing tactics are consumers exposed to when looking to buy from an e-commerce retailer? And then fourthly, what digital marketing tactics are consumers exposed to during their online purchases? And then my last research question will be, do the digital marketing tactics that the consumers are exposed to influence their purchasing decisions? My research methodology, I will be using mixed method approach. So I will be using qualitative and quantitative approaches, which will be adopted for rich insights on the consumer decision making and for numeric data using analytical tools. From a qualitative perspective, I'm looking to do focus group interviews, utilizing 18 experts in Gauteng, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. There will be 3 focus groups, each will have 6 digital experts in them, and I'll be using a convenience sampling method. From a quantitative perspective, I'm looking to do online questionnaires with 200 consumers, and I'll be utilizing stratified sampling. In terms of how I will be analyzing my data, so from a quantitative perspective, I'll be using the application of SPSS, and then 2 formats, namely descriptive and inferential statistics, will be applied. Inferential, means, chi-square, and t-test will also be applied. Then statistical tools of mean scores and standard deviations will be used for the descriptive data as well. From a qualitative data perspective, I will be using thematic tools. So computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software will be used for meaning of quotations from the experts in the focus group discussions. And then lastly, the coding of qualitative data will be done as themes will be generated for interpretations. I am at the proposal phase of my research, and that is the work I've done so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, we have already a comment on the floor.
Can I ask if you've... Roger Mason, Professor of Marketing from DUT, retired. Have you gone through ethics approval yet? And if you have, or whether you haven't, my question, I think, is relevant. Have you considered the Personal Protection Act with regard to the collection of that sort of data?
Thank you for the question. I have not gone through ethical clearance yet. I have kept the Popeye Act in mind, so I will be asking the consumers for consent before utilizing any of their data. My supervisor, Dr. Albert.
Thank you so much. I think now we'll take tea break, and then during tea break we'll be playing a video presentation from Nexta Kapidani. Tea is served at the back, I think. Yeah, you can self-serve. Yeah. And this is the moment for networking as well. Yes.
We have a very intentional riddle. If you look at your conference bags, you see there's a T-shirt there, isn't it? Yeah, that T-shirt is designed not to be your size. Talk to somebody else and find out who your right size. Have a nice tea break, and then we have them come here.
Where is the video? I'm looking for the video for this person. This one.
Yeah.
But it's presenting, right?
Yeah, we are presenting.
So nobody wants to listen. There's no audio. Sorry. Hi. Just here. Just right after TV. Oh, okay. You can load it. No, we have to load them now.
Let us check it for compatibility because some of
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Zdravko Paladin. I'm a project team member at Administration for Maritime Safety and Port Management of Montenegro. Today, I will present a basic features of current data and communication platforms development toward ensuring the resilience of maritime transport and safety. First of all, just a few information about Administration for Maritime Safety and Port Management of Montenegro. This is the national competent authority for vessel traffic monitoring and information system, LRIT, CleanSynet, SafeSynet, automatic identification system, and MARIS, integrated maritime services, and national maritime single window, which is in the introduction phase in Montenegro. Administration for Maritime Safety and Port Management participates in several EU Horizon 2020 and EPA projects. These projects are Epicenter and Respond, which are going on, while the Andromeda, Compass 2020, and the Factor are the successfully recently done projects. All these projects are concerning the data management, sharing, coordination of maritime assets, maritime surveillance, traffic, search and rescue, critical strategies for first responders, and tactical and mission operations. Regarding the abstract that we made, the motivation for this abstract can be said in the following few paragraphs. So world economy sustainably relies on maritime transport and markets, calling for strong connectivity among all involved actors in the maritime sector in order to provide stable and resilient international supply chains. In order to ensure the sustainable flows of resources and the compact organizational network, there have been launched many ICT and regulations initiatives by assembling of governmental authorities, research and technology organizations, market players, as well as various segments in ICT industry ranges. Such a collaboration led to a combination of recently developed emerging technologies that proved to have essential applications in maritime sectors, including safety, security, environment, law enforcement, surveillance, maritime search and rescue, vessel and other maritime information exchange, e-navigation, ship reporting, customs, vessel inspections, etc. All these segments are correlated with specific importance in providing a sustainable maritime ecosystem, leveraging data and information communication platforms. For this reason, EU fostered the research and innovation project intending to strengthen the digitalization transformation of maritime sector. One of the most important is the physical internet initiative with related approaches. Following to this one is the Respond A platform, The other significant platforms are Common Information Sharing Environment, Maritime Missions System Platform, Vessel Traffic Monitoring and Information System, and National Maritime Single Window. Regarding the physical internet, which is developed and used in Epicenter project, one of the core initiatives that fosters the optimization management of transport flows and brings more efficient outputs is the physical internet, which connects physical, digital, and operational components toward more efficient modular containers exploitation in international shipping. Specifically, in the Epicenter project, it is proposed an enhanced physical internet enable a global European network as the architecture for integration of the European transport network with a global network accomplished via the seamless information flow across borders. This approach relies on modularization, digitalization, and big data artificial intelligence technologies, including as well the initiatives like blockchain, maritime single window submission platforms, EGNOS positional preciseness, and Earth observation program. Focusing especially on container modularization potentials, the project is developed the solution to solve empty container repositioning imbalance. On top of this aim, the specific tool set for synchromodal and transfer zone optimization are introduced, including the integrated freight but extensible synchromodal logistics optimization using artificial intelligence and exploiting the new inner and outer visibility layer architecture, along with increased data science outputs that can be exploited by transportation sector in order to launch disruptive technologies. The new transport modes, such as Hyperloop and autonomous electrical vehicles, are gaining the rising development path in contemporary and future intermodal transport sector. Apart from the logistics side of this presentation, we're providing some information about the Respond-A platform. So, to ensure the maritime trade and logistics go smoothly, the international maritime community strongly focuses on safety and security aspects. On top of this, comprehensive data and communication platforms are developed in order to collect real-time data from the physical internet, track the relevant events, process the information, and exchange them among involved authorities and first responders organizations for joint operations and missions at sea or emergency locations. This is mostly done by designing ICT system that will provide higher situational awareness and a better common operational picture. For these reasons, the EU project Respond-A is providing the solutions that will support the first responders with new technological solutions using next generation equipment, such as 5G wireless telecommunications, augmenting and virtual reality, autonomous robot, and various unmanned aerial vehicles. Also, during 3 pilots that will be held in this project, the first responders are going to test and use the intelligent wearable sensors and smart monitoring, geovisual analytics, and immersive geospatial data analysis, and passive and active localization, as well as tracking of the relevant objects. Overall, the combination of these technologies will enable first responders and their command and control centers the high-end and continuous flow of data, voice, and video information, helping the proper prediction and efficient reactions in emergency cases at sea and land. Going more detail in this Epicenter project, we can say that it is coordinated by Port of Antwerpen. Project duration is 42 months. The consortium is consisted of 33 partners from Europe, Asia, and South America, including end-user stakeholders, SME, commercial developers, leading university and educational centers, as well as participants in expertise of standards, regulatory constraint, and EU-wide and national policy, including the Administration for Maritime Safety and Port Management of Montenegro as well. Product Epicenter focuses on physical internet, while the key goal of Effector is the end-to-end optimization along the entire epigen, including both transport links and activity at nodes. Therefore, the multimodal transfer zone optimizer need to be able to be integrated with the synchromodal planning layer. Real-time data from third-party and legacy systems will be available via the visibility layer. Also, regarding the physical internet, it is important to mention that goods are moved around logistics network in intelligent containers in analogy with the way packets of data move around the internet. Transport communities, terminals, and warehouses are the cables and routers analogically to the real internet. Here is proposed a collaborative approach with two main characteristics. And the first one is that logistics providers publish their available services, and the second one is the synchromodal algorithms routing the P containers throughout the network. Specifically, Project Epicenter will research the impacts of emerging trade routes and the European network, integration of these new routes and corresponding flows into the European network, using the new Epicenter AI-based optimizers, current issues in congestion, interruptions, and complex routing, resulting in increased CO2 emissions and cost and waste of their mitigation, waiting times at already crowded European hubs, modular containers on resolving the imbalance and management of empty containers, as well as big data applications in maritime and land transport. Specifically for the modular containers, these containers are facing with following challenges. We have about 180 million TEUs that are moved empty in 2019, while the average of 24% of worldwide containers are moved empty every year. The imbalance causes more than 122 million tons of CO2 emissions. Also, we have the inefficiencies of present container logistics, and container imbalance is a big problem in maritime transport, causing significant financial loss as well. In the Project Effector, we are striving to develop and to analyze the modular containers, which will enable flexible multimodal logistics, reduction of trucks flows in port facilities, improvement in mooring availability, reduction of negative environmental impacts of ports, reduction on the needs for investment in fixed installations, and improvement in customs security. This is how modular containers as the new solutions are set up by decoupling and coupling of smaller 20 feet units, standard units, in order to have one 40 feet unit made by connection of two smaller 20 feet containers. So this is developed under the project Connectainer. So these containers are called Connectainers with high level of efficiency that is expected in the following impacts. It will increase the impact on container imbalance, reduce global container stock in 3% to 5%, and improve vessel operations at port. On this pictures, we can see how these containers are connected or disconnected. The following step is the development of synchromodal logistics optimization for terminal and hinterland logistics by using the integrated optimization approach, synchromodal models, which have the following capabilities. So this new model of synchronization of transport modes and activities will assist the transport hubs along the transport corridors. We will use Guseck linear program to obtain numeric solutions of the problem. Also, the aim is to minimize time cost or service cost using all transport nodes and hub with synchronized intermodal multimodal transport activity in the selected transport corridor. Also, this solution will be applied to rail corridors entering the Baltic region. One of the components of this approach and this optimization tool is the chatbot, the automated optimization of multiple shipments and bulk flows, the detailed model of operational constraints for capacity, equipment, dangerous goods, availability of data, etc., as well as terminal and hinterland optimization with connectainer, new technologies, new strategies, and opportunities for queue reduction and resource optimization. On these two pictures, so we can see the diagrams with the flows of assets and transport means, both in land and sea environment, among the continents and among the involved stakeholders. Project Epicenter is also concerned about Hyperloop as a new mode of transportation and autonomous electrical vehicles. Also, I recommend to your attention our promotional video, which can be accessed on our YouTube page and the official web page of Project Epicenter. Further to the safety and security components and part of this presentation and these platforms, we include also several platforms that are developed within Respond A project, which is dealing with next generation equipment tools and mission critical strategies for first responders. This project started in 2020 and it will have a duration of 3 years. In these 3 years, the main aim is to enhance first responder efficiency and safety by enhancing situational awareness. This will be done by early and safety assessment, risk mitigation capabilities, clear common operational picture, and optimal management of operations at any scaling and complexity of disasters. In this project, we use a methodology which will concern the development of several layers. Also, this layer are related to user interface, comprehension, processing, network, and perception layer. As you can see, this layer are consisted of mobile application, user-friendly applications, augmenting reality interface for command and control, medical decision support, early warning alerting, UAV path planning, data fusion, electronic records, Tetra 5G and 4G, Tetrapol, satellite, portable hybrid ICT systems, and thermal cameras, localization sensors, safety sensors, and other important ICT contemporary platforms. So we have made 25 products and services totally in this project, and these products and services are tested within Respond A project. They can be sorted in 4 categories: augmented reality, sensors and wearables, mission critical communication technologies, and robotics and unmanned vehicles. These products and services are used in 3 pilots for testing Respond A platform. The first pilot is concerning on forest fire, the second on earthquake, the third one on fire and oil spill. These pilots will be physically held in Cyprus, Greece, and Spain. The scenarios that will be implemented is the weather-related EEA classified hazard, trapped victim rescuing inside a collapsed building, and rescuer that is trapped, as well as augmenting reality applicability in land rescue and maritime cleaning operations. Also, we have some important projects that are recently ended, which were related to CISA and big data-based technologies. These projects are Effector and Andromeda. The Effector project offers a solution for maritime surveillance and border security, which includes an interoperability framework, associated data fusion and analytics services, and other important big data and artificial intelligence components for an integrated maritime surveillance based on common information sharing environment. Further to the maritime security and safety, the project Compass recently ended, developed the mission system platform for integrated maritime surveillance by having created a combined use and seamless coordination of manned and unmanned assets to achieve greater coverage, better quality of information, and shorter response times in maritime surveillance operations. More information about this project can be found on our official web pages put in the down line. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning once again. So I'm going to present the next presenter, which is Justin Witten from South African National Space Agency, who will be presenting on SANSA and the digitization of the SA economy.
So, do you have your presentation?
I just gave it to them. All right. Good morning. Can you all hear me? Fine? Okay. All right. Hi, good morning. My name is Justin Witten, and I'm from the South African National Space Agency. And I've been asked to give a talk on this topic, SANS and the digitization of the South African economy. Thank you, Prof. But before I start, I just wanted to make one or two acknowledgements. So let me start at the end. We've heard from our colleagues and principals about their backgrounds, where they come from, so maybe I should say something around that as well. I unfortunately did not come from a village. I was born in Cape Town. It used to be a village until it grew. A little suburb called Grassy Park, and if you know nothing about it, you would hear about the gangsterism and stuff that's happening, so I'm lucky to have gotten out with a full set of teeth. We were brought up in, I think, similar environments. Regardless of where we come from, all of us in the room here share a certain set of values and principles, and one value that I'm sure we can all agree on is what we're taught by example or explicitly from our parents or our communities is respecting our elders. So for that reason, I'd like to acknowledge retired Prof. Mason. He appears to be in that status category. Thank you for making your time. With a lot of experience. Good to have you, Prof. And then, so please forgive me. I think I was traveling when they did this protocol training, that we all have to go through in our environment. So I missed out on the notes. But I need to acknowledge our board chair, Mr. Patrick Ndlovu, who's in the room as well, the SANSA board chair. Welcome. Thank you for making it, Patrick. And all our other distinguished guests. Thanks. So let me move on. So I was quite a bit, taken aback with the topic. It made me think quite a bit, and it was a nice challenge. So let's see how I do. What I've decided is that this could be drawn out to a lecture series. It's not a very simple topic to deal with. You're talking about digitalization, South African economy, and the role that one little government agency plays in that. So it was quite a challenge. So I decided to look at SANSA's role in the digital transformation agenda of South Africa. I think that kind of is a good place to start. Okay. So what we're going to basically we'll be looking at is some terminology. What does digital transformation in Africa look like? So we can get some context. Our national policy framework, which I'm open to correction. If it's not the latest information, let me know. I can update my slides. And then, of course, where does SANSA fit in? And then these three pillars that are spoken about in the integrated ICT policy. And then, of course, there's some conclusions. So, first thing, Prof. Davison, I had to understand digitization and digitalization. It seems a bit silly, but let's just quickly get into the same page. So digitization is taking something analog and converting to digital, right? Digital format. Digitalization is leveraging digital technologies essentially to change your processes, your environment, using digital technologies. That was quite interesting because SANSA fundamentally does both of that, or we will be doing both of that. Basically, a satellite up there is digitizing the optical, the imagery, and the rest of the system does the rest of the leveraging of the digital tools. Okay. Well, so what does the digital transformation in Africa look like? The latest that I could find on this topic is the Strategy for Africa 2020-2030. And the most important part of this is coming down to what they understand is these 4 pillars. And then we need to understand how are we going to get this done? What are the pertinent aspects to get digital transformation in place? So, of course, being the African Union, we're looking at policy and regulation, digital infrastructure, skills, human capacity, and then, of course, the digital innovation transformation aspect. Now, note that this strategy was developed with a number of stakeholders from the UN Economic Commission for Africa, Smart Africa, regional economic communities, African Development Bank, International ITU, number of other stakeholders, and of course the World Bank. So just to see some of the outcomes, here's Africa Development Bank's digital transformation in Africa, getting more practical into how we're going to make this happen. They do some research, some stats around connectivity for broadband, and they've got their own pillars. And they also embody similar aspects of the building blocks, what we need to do. This is obviously looking more at finance tools and finance institutions. The World Bank, they've got a Digital Economy for Africa initiative, and they've also got their pillars. And it's talking along the same lines. We're looking at digital entrepreneurship, financial services, which is, again, the World Bank. But we're looking at infrastructure, platforms, tools, skills, and literacy. Okay, so where do we fit in South Africa? So the best I could get at this point was this basic framework. I'm sure it's not comprehensive, but it gives us some kind of a timeline and the thinking that we have been moving through the last few decades in the country. And I want to focus on the last one on the table here, the integrated ICT policy. And these are the 3 pillars that they are talking about: the digital transformation of government, digital access and digital inclusion. Note that digital infrastructure is not seen here in this context as a pillar. The document's got 2 chapters, chapter 8 and 9, focusing on infrastructure, all right, internet, broadband, a whole lot of infrastructure that is dedicated. So, on digital infrastructure, I'm sure we all know about SA Connect. That was a plan that came up in about 2013, I think. We have, these are some results that I got off the, it's online, you can get the report. This is just to say the infrastructural aspect is moving along. As far as the goals and the thresholds, they've undershot here, overshot there. We're doing pretty well in an African context. Okay. Phase 2 has been Cabinet approves SA. This is from February 2022. That's phase 2. There's another article headline from April, digitally connecting underserviced areas, and there again, 33,000 Wi-Fi hotspots in rural areas. This is enabling government public environments. Okay, so let's move on from the digital infrastructure setup. One of the issues that we had, what the country has had, is defining what ICT sector is. It sounds silly, but this comes right from the document I'm referring to in orange there. Sector classification. It's like in the space, when we were trying to do a business feasibility study, business case for the Space Infrastructural Hub, we had to kind of quantify the actors, the players, the value that space creates. Now, you use GPS on your phone. Does that make you a space player in the industry? These things are cross-cutting, right? So ICT typically, again, is an infrastructural aspect. It's an enabler, so it's also cross-cutting. So the topic had to be brought up. But I like what it says. It's pretty broad, but we will get there. So it says that they'll use the OECD definition, and it refers to a combination of manufacturing and service industries that capture and display data and information electronically. That's pretty understandable. I think SANSA fits in there somewhere. And let's not forget that information technology, by definition, is the use of computers, storage, networking, devices, infrastructure to process, create, process, store, secure exchange forms of electronic data. And that's the backbone of what the agency does. All right, so let's look at how we, as SANSA, has contributed to those 3 pillars. All right? It's a bit jumbled up, but the logic will flow later. So in terms of digital access, they've delineated here building digital skills, capacity, and promoting trust and security. Trust and security, the need for trust and security in these virtual platforms is fundamental to us as human beings. We will be very skeptical to engage if there is that level of integrity is not assured to us. And of course, government has done lots around that. As you would have seen in the previous slide with the policy framework, there was a cybersecurity policy as well that's been implemented a while ago. But on a basic level, what has SANSA done? So just giving you some example, looking at human capital development within SANSA, it's one thing to train people today to use the platforms and to use the data that we have produced and processed. But one of the issues that were outlined in 1 or 2 reports that I've gone through is the lack of STEM enthusiasm for STEM. And that is always going to be a challenge. And so within SANSA, we look at the pipeline perspective and we're saying, how do we get the kid at creche to grade 1 to where can we start, what's practical, how can we start planting these seeds so that we can reap them in 20, 30 years' time and ensure that this room is full with more people in a bigger room with a lot more knowledge being generated and a lot more benefits created to our society. So just to give you an idea here, which is not very well advertised, hence I thought I should put it on. We have started a project a while ago in the Capricorn district in the Eastern Cape. We started 49 science clubs there. Science clubs are typically within a school environment, okay? This is across the country, but we're just zooming in on the Capricorn district. So the kids are getting not just enthusiastic about science and technology and mathematics and engineering, but because we're the space agency and the clubs have been, leveraging of what we are able to give them, they are engaging with digital platforms. The educators, the second point here, are also discovering really cool ways to use what is, it's an awareness thing actually, and then engage the kids. So the kids get the exposure to the digital platforms, to the space, obviously, space environment, and as we know, that science and mathematics is the gateway to digital technology and the uptake of that in the future. But today, now in the past, that's just planting seeds for the future. But at the moment, we do some training on the specific tools and decision support tools that various government departments are using, or some users are using. So of course, there's that capacity building as well. The user needs to be informed, they have to have support, they have to have the timeous attention and information that they require, and they need to know how to use it. So that's the kind of training that we do. Capacity, again, in an infrastructural sense, perhaps, we've come a long way from using digital linear tapes, that back left corner there. And we've moved to a data cube environment, which is effectively layers of space-based data, digital data, which is pre-processed and which can be integrated into whatever format or scenarios you want to play out for analysis purposes. Okay, which just puts everything in one kind of environment, accessible easily in the cloud or however, virtually accessible. You can do your analysis in the environment and just get your necessary reports out instead of having to know how to code and how to blend and how to do all those things. Okay, so that's the one aspect. When it comes to digital inclusion, I won't talk about the digital economy, don't know much about that, but what we are providing, where we're contributing is digital content services and applications, obviously. So that's a picture of our setup in Hartebeeshoek outside of Pretoria. And this is where we receive data from other satellite operators. We are yet to commission and put up our own Earth observation satellite, but it's in progress, I believe. We have other platforms that you'll hear about a bit later that we have built and built indigenously. But the data we're getting is satellite data, and it's received at the ground station typically, and there again, it's ingested, archived, cataloged, it's processed, and disseminated, of course. And at the bottom, there's just the sources, a little bit of, that's more comprehensive list of the timelines, the size of the archive, the type of satellite data, the resolution, etc. Okay? So there's quite a rich archive of data, which now is trying to, we are busy processing it and making that analysis-ready environment available, blending all this data, all these data sets. Simple idea here is disaster management. This is what happened recently in the area, where we can take, using the digital imagery, we can assess the situation in areas of infrastructure before and after. You can see that was, where's this? Near Buffelsbosch, Durban, where a whole bunch of, the river came through and just took a whole lot of houses and infrastructure away. And the second picture here, old bridge was taken away by the floods as well. quantification of damage is one of the purposes of using data in this way. Wouldn't be possible if it was merely just analog data, right? Very simple example. So we are currently, and have been for a while, servicing certain government departments. So we are a government agency servicing government departments with these, not just data sets, but process data, some products and services and tools for them to, as users, use it for their own analysis purposes. From Stats SA to the police, human settlements, you can imagine. There's a lot of purpose and use for government, for decision-making purposes and policy, informing policy. That brings the value to the digital world that SANSA is working in and promoting. So this is where we currently are, and looking at this space infrastructure hub, we want to enhance that service offering, of course, and this is what we are envisaging to be able to deliver. On the far, your left, all the circles is kind of government entities and departments that typically current and will be getting on board to, leverage of our service offering. And we're looking at environment, health, safety, and economic. So it's broad, it covers a lot of interests, a lot of the economy. And with us being able to enable that service to be provided, we are digitalizing the economy a little bit more. Okay. At the moment, this is the current setup. You can go online to our website. There's a decision support tool. If you scroll a little bit down, and you have to agree because you have to. You can't disagree because then you'll get kicked out of the site. To be able to use this decision support tool, and basically it's just layers. It's you can't see it very well here, but there's flood level, 135 meter. Predictions, looking at the current waterways in the country. There's human settlements. There's a whole lot of layers of digital mapping that's overlaid over the country, and you can zoom into quite a high resolution and see what kind of damage is going to happen to infrastructure if the water's that high. Or there's also a bit of vegetation and forestry coverage, et cetera, there. It's a prototype environment at the moment, and it's dealing with typically historical data, but it's very good for academic purposes and some research purposes. Where we're going to with that is version 2.0, where we are now not just looking at layers of colors overlapping, but we could actually, you can kind of crop out an area and get some facts and figures and statistics, like if there was a flood of that level, be it 5 meter, if you can see on the right, there's a menu there. It's ticked 5 meter. So if this is an area in Cape Town, okay, if there's a flooding of a 5 meter level, the question here is what schools are in the area. You can crop out an area and see that, and then you'll also be able to see, here in Blackheath. What police stations are in the nearest 5 meter or 5 kilometers of affected areas. You can get the location, the proximity to the damage. There's a lot of other, on a very localized level, granular level, decision making that can be done within communities. For example, clinics. How many clinics will be affected by a flood of this level? What's the capacity of those clinics? And how many people and where do they have to be moved if the area is going to go through a disaster? So it's a lot more granular, it gives a lot more intelligence into the system, and it can be used by a police station, a hospital, a citizen, probably, or government, municipality, council level, And that is where we're moving to. That'll be launched in the next few weeks, so just watch the space, watch the website. We'll announce that when it's ready. So, wrapping all of this up, let's go back to digitalizing the government. In the document, the Integrated ICT Strategy, it talks to a strategy and roadmap for e-government. And I found this interesting because there's 4 areas that that the engagement, the transactions, government's transactions are looking at. Government to government, government to citizens, citizen to government, and government to business. And there's some definitions there. Now, it's very hard to map SANS's contribution to these areas, but I think from what I've presented, it's pretty clear from the government and our principles that is serious about inculcating an environment to support that. Oh, is that my place?
Thank you very much. I mean, this is, Prof, every time when we go to Parliament, that's exactly the same question that we asked every day. And we know that we've gotten into a point where we need to demonstrate our relevance. That's critical. So we talked about the national security, we talked about a whole host of other applications, and so on. So, and perhaps something that we do not do well as scientists and engineers, it's exactly, the brand marketing, because we're not trained. And the language that we use is probably not the right language that an ordinary South African would understand. I mean, I know that I do scare people. The other day, I think I was scaring the chairperson of the board of SANSA to say, but have you ever thought about what would happen to this country if the US decides to switch off? Or if Europe decides to switch off their communication satellites, the whole stock exchange will collapse. And we do not even think about that. But that's how we are so much dependent on the space science and technology today that it has become an integral part of our daily lives. And therefore, perhaps, and we're going to try and do this for the ministerial next year on the group on Earth observations. We will try and bring in Leonardo DiCaprio, because when you bring people like those, I mean, young people, they're very inspired with these guys who are called celebrities. You and I just, sometimes, of course, they do listen, these young people and stuff, but it's something that we would want to begin to look at and just demonstrate tangible benefits of space. For example, when something like the disaster that happened here, SANSA should be right in the thickness of that. But again, we don't want as government to put SANSA under so much pressure, given that, as we said, it's just 10 years old. But if you look at your NASA and your ISRO and your JAXA, I mean, they've been in this business for many years. And it took a huge investment for them to be where they are. And you could see that deliberately as government, we're also beginning to scale up in our investments. And hence you would have also picked up that we're beginning to work very closely with defense as well, just to make sure that, we do bring more investment in building our technological capabilities for this country. I just wanted to point out on the issue of digital economy that for those who would have a chance, they need to go and also add on what Justin has presented as the policy framework on the ICT and digital economy master plan. And if you get a chance to go and look at that, you would see that it's beginning to address your digital foundational capabilities, which is very critical for this country, where we're beginning to look at automation and production, artificial intelligence, digital data management, as well as communications, which are really core in building the digital economy. And it's something that as we look at the SATCOM strategy, we will be looking at how we respond through building that capability for the country. So, but I mean, again, SANSA is here. And I want to also acknowledge that the advocate is here. She represents the Space Secretariat, which is critical because they work very closely with SANSA in coordinating all the space-related activities in this country. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the comments. So I'm going to call upon our next presenter. It's Nyamego Roy, who will be presenting on apparatus for tracking containers in land and sea transportation.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Nyameko Roy. I'm from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology down in Cape Town, from the engineering faculty, FIBI. And we have a research center there that we call African Space and Innovation Center. Okay, so just to explain what is that center, what does that center do? The African Space and Innovation Center is a nano-satellite program that was started in CPUT. It's a postgraduate program that we established in 2008, 2009. And then with that program, we managed to, actually the idea came with the establishment of SANSA, because I mean, SANSA was established in 2010. And then now the refocusing our research capability towards space engineering, subsystems development, and then also to cater to the needs of SANSA that was being established then. So with that, we successfully demonstrated a student-based nanosatellite. I mean, a nanosatellite was kind of a good, more special for university that don't have funding. I mean, nanosatellite is kind of a good test bed and a training tool for students to utilize. So with that, I mean, how many times would you say that you've built a satellite and then while you are still doing your master's, you managed to see it being launched? Not so many people can say that, but with nanosatellite, we proved that as a capability. And then the satellite did actually make it did make strides in terms of technology. I mean, it operated better than the first satellite that was like 30, 40 kg Sputnik that was launched by the Russians in 1957. So with that small CubeSat, we basically showed that we can utilize space as a training tool. And then most of our graduates, actually, they did went and work international companies, I mean, for your international CubeSat, nanosatellite companies, and small satellite companies. Just also to give you just the feedback why I'm saying that that satellite was working better than Sputnik. TepiSat was launched in 2013, and then with that launch, I mean, the main payload, we had like the main payload, which was a student-developed antenna characterization beacon that was utilized to basically test, to characterize an HF antenna in the Sinai. The HF antenna is operated by SANSA HMO. They used to be called HMO, Hermanus Magnetic Observatory. Yeah, but now they fell under SANSA too. Well, that is an antenna that is in the Antarctica, so we used to characterize. I mean, for that antenna is quite a huge antenna. I mean, it goes for hundreds of meters. To characterize that antenna, it's a humanly almost, it's possible, but it's very challenging. So with that satellite, we kind of emit that beacon in space, and then we characterized that antenna so as to shorten to save money, basically, because we had to charter a helicopter and then you have to fly it over the entire, in the Antarctica. You have to ship it from Cape Town actually to there. So, and then we had a secondary payload, which I called that, it was like a fun student payload, which is the payload that we helped develop. I mean, it was a student satellite, so it was nice to have fun. Taking pictures was quite cool in 2010, more especially using the cell phones. I mean, we had little cell phones and then all that integrated technology in there. So we did that, and then we showcased image processing and stuff like that. We had a lot of learning background from that mission. So from there on, there was a national development plan that was launched, I think, around 2013 from our government. And then with that national development plan, there were certain number of initiatives that were under that on that plan. They call it NTP 2030, yes. So under there was Operation Pakisa, which also is like it's kind of an initiative to fast-track results delivery, and also it's a cross-sector kind of a program. So with that, marine operation protection and services and governance also was one of the focus areas under Operation Pakisa. And then there were quite a number of initiatives and key initiatives that were there, which was like an Earth observation is one of those, utilizing satellites, and also marine protection. I mean, it's still part of Earth observation if you're going to use a satellite also to track your vessels and your marine activity for our national exclusive economic zone. So we put out proposals actually to develop a demonstration mission to feed into that. That demonstration mission we launched in 2018, and then we so-called it as a Cube 2. And then with that, actually, we demonstrated the capability, the AAS capability. As you can see in the images there, you will see the number of ships. Actually, we turned off that for only, we turned the satellite only for like 2 minutes. That's the amount of ships that we managed to track within that 2 minutes, whereby we turned on the payload. If you look at that payload, that was another good example, utilizing a terrestrial radio that was developed by one company in Cape Town, Stone 3. They utilized that for terrestrial purposes. I mean, it's about this big, and then we managed to put that into 10 centimeter, actually 9.6 centimeter kind of a profile. And then we managed to utilize it on the CubeSat. I mean, it still have the same capability from almost a ruler's worth of a radio to something like that. And then with that, we had a hosted payload that I'd like to mention. I mean, we had an opportunity actually to work with the CSIR. They had a K-line sensor that we've been developing over the years. So now they wanted that to test that on a satellite also, because apparently you can utilize a K-line sensor, a near-infrared sensor, to detect potassium from wildfires, and then which also would filter into the APHIS. It's another security measure for fire detections that the CSIR have developed. So we developed that K-line sensor, and then also we tested it, and then it's apparently, you can see the images that we took from the satellite while we were commissioning it. And yeah, there were some issues that we encountered. I mean, the sensor didn't work as well as one would have liked, but we're still on a secondary phase now, whereby we're talking with the CSIR to see maybe other missions that we can utilize on that sensor. But we did prove the concept, and also we did prove the availability of technology to proceed with that. And then from there, as it was very successful with our coastal marine the marine payload was very successful from Zytube 2. So from there on, we started a development now for more, trying to get more data also out of the payload. So we developed 3 more satellites. There is a constellation that was planned. I think Mr. Mudau knows more about that proposal. As I'm an engineer, we usually work with money that is on the table. Proposals is for other people, CEOs and other stuff. So from our end, we got money from government to develop the first phase of that constellation, of which this is the constellation that was launched earlier this year in January, the 13th of January. And then, yeah, we managed also with that we're not proving a concept now. It's quite critical that we show that. So in terms of early operations, we were quite successful with the early operations of the satellites. I mean, we had 3 satellites. We've never built satellites, 3 satellites at the same time. Actually, South Africa, it was the first time in South Africa that we launched a constellation. This year was the first constellation of satellite that was launched from South Africa. And then that was coming from like mostly inexperienced trainee engineers. Some of them, they were just completing their masters. So we managed to do that. And the constellation is currently, at least in terms of communication capability, I mean, we're doing way, way, way more than most. Yeah, I can say that we're successful in that regard. And then also looking at our past, that how we have managed to showcase that. And yeah, I mean, the early operation is quite critical phase of any satellite development and launch. And then we enter the commissioning phase. The commissioning phase now is trying to kind of prove the concept that, okay, the satellite that will really take it and just put it in the lab and then hammer it and then get it working. So it's a kind of a very complex space that we kind of work in, and then you get like a few days to actually test with the payload that is up there. So yeah, we are experiencing some issues with that regard. And also at the same time, there was a concept of having a complete VDES system also in South Africa that will also help within that space, the marine domain, marine awareness domain space. So the previous payloads, we only have one-way communication, whereby it's only the uplink that was working. So now we're trying to have also some mechanism to implement a downlink mechanism. Also, we call it a machine-to-machine communication because we're going to provide more ability now in terms of having a machine-to-machine, which is a satellite-to-satellite, and also having a hub to satellite communication, or terrestrial to the vessel in the ocean. So it's kind of a whole loop, completing the entire cycle of communication there. So it's kind of a very critical phase, on our mission in that sense. And also we have more AIS ranges, AIS channels that will be utilizing. I mean, the ITU approved that standard in 2019. If this mission could be successful as well, then that will mean that we are possibly one of the first few countries to launch a complete VDES system that is working internationally, I mean. So currently where we are currently building the EQM, that's what we call that. We're building an engineering, and at the same time, ideally you build an engineering model, and then after you tested all your electrical connectivity and you're successful in that, and then you build a qualification model. So with the CubeSat, at least we do have that leverage to play with, whereby we can build from an engineering model and qualification model, and then also we can move to a flight model. But usually a flight model, we build it separately from whatever we had. So yeah, we tested all the subsystem. Electrically, they are sound, and then mechanically, we don't have to also do any fixes or any issues because the structure is sound also, yeah. And just to mention that the only issue now is the software, because that's one thing that constantly changes with satellites, because the subsystem that you flown in the last mission, the software has to change to update to the new tricks and the new updates that you found. Because there is always going to be issues and flaws with your last mission, so you have to update the flight software to cater to those needs. And also the changing payload also has to be factored. So most of the development now is mostly in the flight software and also the ground software, how it's going to handle that data once we manage to do it. And also over the years, this is one of our proud moments I just want to mention. I mean, we developed some CubeSat subsystems, that are available also for purchase from international Clyde Space. There is a company we call Clyde Space, actually in Europe. They currently hold the license to sell our subsystems worldwide. And I can say that they are quite popular with the nanosatellite community. Yeah, you see like on your right, it's an X-band antenna, high gain antenna, 12 dBi. And then you can also have a single cell antenna, which is a student developed that, Snamandla Maqhina. The first one cell that he developed did about 8 dBi, so we kind of increased that. So that was like double the power. I mean, that was quite an exciting project. And also the S-band antenna, Khotsopatsa developed that. It's one of our first students that we worked with. And then also we had some other communication subsystem, which is radios that we developed over the years. And then you can see the UHF, VHF, and S-band. And then there's an X-band radio that we developed also in collaboration with another entity in Stellenbosch, CubeCom. Yeah. Basically, my entire presentation was just to showcase that in South Africa we do have the capability and the technologically know-how. I mean, with the what you call this? I mean, with the user requirements that you can see from the project that we presented here, like people who are trying to track this, basically we can have test beds to demonstrate the capability and the technology know-how, utilizing small satellites, and then we can build up from there to maybe much bigger satellite communication subsystem. I mean, the Starlink satellites, if you look at them, how tiny they are, and that are utilized, and also the doves that are utilized by Planet Labs whereby most people these days, they buy their data from. Those are the companies that are utilizing CubeSats right now. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunities there. These are just some of the companies that have been working with us over the years. I mean, I'll thank for their support. I have to mention them every now and then. And thank you to the DSI and SANSA and CSIR for their support and also their, working with them. Thank you. I think that's about it for me.
Thank you so much. 1 minute for comments.
No comment from my side, just to say that this is a full demonstration of what government does in the delivery of investment, including human capital. Nyameko, they don't know that you came from the program as well. As part of the funding from the DSI. Now, are you still acting chief engineer or you're a chief engineer?
Yeah, currently I'm a chief engineer.
I thought you were going to test that. I mean, we've built quite a number of engineers out of this program. And now we're building operational satellites from the students who were from what we used to call historically disadvantaged institutions, stuff like that. But when government invests, that's what happens. And we hope that we will get all the support from everybody to build more programs such as this one, so that we can build our own business and bring more opportunities.
Thank you.
We're very proud of you now. Can you solve that software?
I do wish, but yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it.
Yeah, I'm Maukani HB Manala from ATNS ATM Research. I think the one time that I visited CPUT in one of the labs, we're actually there. I mean, it was a very proud moment for me to hear about ZA Cube 1, which is Tsepiso, orbiting in space. And I think if you add on to what Professor Mason was saying earlier on, I think it's as state entities, just using maybe even our communication partners, if I could say, that more of this, I mean, the constellation that you're talking about, that you're launching this year, I think more of this, if it's out there, it could also help in supporting the STEM, you know, the STEM programs that we're trying to encourage the young South Africans to take part in, so we get to a point where the patent issue that we have, that we can start developing some of these HoloLens technology, or, you know, if we can get more of these kids with bright minds to get the tools that they need, and maybe, like Prof said earlier on, with that one big satellite to make sure everyone has coverage, so that, because it's not that they don't have the knowledge how to, they just don't have the tools to get them to move on to the next stage. But I think, yes, using our communication partners, I would say state entities, to make sure that these proud moments, because like I said, when I was at CBUT, I just felt like I should have been here like years ago. When I heard about CBS, I was like, this is great. So I mean, this is great what you guys are doing. So it's more of a compliment than a question. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
While we get the presentations ready for UKZN team, let me introduce the supervisors who are here in the audience. I just want to recognize them and thank them for their participation. First of all, with Dr. Michael Brooks. Please can we just say a very big thank you for coming. Yes. And we also have Dr. Jane Petert, who is also here with us, and these are very strong partners in this very work. And I want to thank you for the team you've brought along as well. We've put your whole 30 minutes for your presenters, which MC will go ahead to introduce now, and then we can go ahead. Thank you.
Very special. Yes, thank you so much. So now introduce Philip and Iwan to present on the following topics, which is an overview of the next flight test campaign of ASREG's Phoenix Hybrid Rocket Program and development on high-level rocket performance simulation software. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mtobisi. My surname is Chomela. I'll be presenting under the name for Felix, basically. I'll be replacing his name. So I'll be presenting the Phoenix 1C hybrid sounding rocket payload module design. So I am studying at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and my master's is based on the Aerospace Systems Research Group, which is at the University of KwaZulu-Natal too. So in this presentation, I'm gonna do an overview of the presentation. So the first thing that I'll be doing in this presentation, I'll be giving you an overview of the Phoenix Hybrid Rocket Program. Secondly, I'm gonna give you the 2023 flight test vehicle. I'm gonna give you a brief on those vehicles. I'm gonna give you also project aims and objectives of this payload module design. I'm gonna show you the project layout, or how the project is laid out. I'm also gonna show you the overview of the Phoenix 1C rocket mission. The presentation will also consist of the 3U CubeSat frame design. The recovery bulkhead will also be included in this design, and it will be explained what is its significance on the design. Cameras or camera designs will also be shown on the rocket and will be discussed. The recovery system, which will be a way to recover the rocket will also be discussed on the presentation. And lastly but not least, the presentation will be summarized just to give a clear vision. So the UKZN hybrid rocket program is aimed to develop cost-effective suborbital launch vehicles, which are aimed for developing human, highly skilled capital, and also to develop aerospace technology development, and also to serve as a high-impact STEM simulators. So in the Aerospace System Research Group in the UKZN, 4 rockets has been designed in the past, and 3 flight test campaigns have been done at Denel Everbeck Test Range. So in the picture there, you can see that you have 4 rockets that have been launched in the past. So the details are given there, and you've got the Phoenix 1B sounding rocket, which was launched last year, and it currently holds the African record in the world in the aerospace industry of 17.9 kilometers. So I'm going to skip this video. Sorry. So I'm going to skip this one due to time. Really? Sorry? It's about 1 minute. So this video, basically, before I play it, it will be, since the rockets that will be launched next year, they're aimed at, in my areas of focus, basically, I'll be designing the camera system. So this footage will show you the camera or the footage from the rockets, from onboard cameras, and the next rockets will be aimed at designing an improved cameras to capture a better footage and to easily understand the performance of the rocket and the scientific experiments. So just take a look at the video.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
So it's lift off. Okay. That's the onboard camera showing the footage on the rocket, and the next rockets are aimed at designing cameras that will have clear vision or clear image on the onboard cameras on the rocket base.
10,000,
So this one was the Phoenix 1B Mark 1. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next slide. So the next flight campaign, which is aimed to launch the next rockets in 2023, it's aimed at designing. Also, currently, the ASREC group is designing 2 rockets, which is the Phoenix 1D and the Phoenix 1C. So the Phoenix 1C is aimed to achieve an apogee of 12 kilometers, and also this rocket will carry 3 scientific payloads from SANSA, DUT, and another high school. So the next rocket, which is the Phoenix 1D, it's aimed at breaking the previous record in the aerospace industry. It's designed to be a workhorse, and it's aimed to achieve at least 22 kilometers of apogee. So the aims and objectives for the Phoenix 1C rocket are listed below. So the first aim is to build a suitable telemetry, is to build a suitable payload bay for the Phoenix 1C rocket with a mass of at most 5 kg. And after that, you'll select a suitable telemetry and avionics on the payload module to communicate with the ground station to easily track the rocket. And also another aim is to design payload bay support structures. After that, all the subsystems will be manufactured and will be tested before flight. The first objectives for this Phoenix 1C payload module design is to ensure that the structures are as lightweight as possible. And these structures must consist of payload bay bulkheads. Another objective is to design optimal layout for payloads that will incorporate recovery hardware, telemetry hardware, and also flight computers. There's motivation behind the Phoenix 1C payload module design. So it says that an increased or a reduced mass in the payload module or the entire rocket will increase the apogee of the rocket, which is our primary mission, and a successful recovery for this payload module will lead to the success of the mission, thus gathering data on the aerospace industry. So this slide shows the Phoenix 1C payload module. So my area of focus or my master's is based on designing this payload module, as you can see from that mic, as you can see from the screen basically. So the payload module is that yellow part or the nose cone section where there will be a 3U CubeSat frame, which has got slots to incorporate 3 scientific payloads. It has got 3 avionics. The avionics will communicate with the ground station, and those avionics must be properly selected. And it has the camera bay to record footage, which will be stored and analyzed at post-flight. The recovery bay is also there to house the parachute to ensure successful recovery. So the Phoenix 1C rocket will follow a parabolic trajectory, which is what most sounding rockets do. And at apogee, the parachute will be deployed using the CO2 ejection system. And after that, the booster and the nose cone of the payload module will separate. In this design, only the payload module or only the nose cone will be recovered. And that nose cone will descend and land in the ocean under the influence of the parachute. And that parachute will be selected and carefully designed to ensure that it is successfully recovered later. So the methodology for the Phoenix 1C rocket, so what has been done is that I've conducted literature review on sounding rocket payload module, and I've also conducted some literature review on the payload module design itself. I've performed preliminary force calculations in order to observe maximum forces that the payload or payload subsystems do withstand under the influence of 10 G acceleration, which is the maximum acceleration the rocket can withstand. So I've performed finite element analysis or stress analysis on different subsystems in order to ensure that the components will survive deployment loading and launch forces during the rocket's flight. And I've started manufacturing some subsystems, and after completing, I'll manufacture all of them, and they'll be ground tested to ensure that they'll survive the loading. So in this table, it just shows the past data for the Phoenix 1B rocket, and the Phoenix 1C rocket will be designed in a similar way with the Phoenix 1B rocket. So if you can see that in that table, there's different oxidizer load, and those oxidizer load correspond with different apogees. So the 32 kg oxidizer load has got the maximum apogee, and then for this rocket, a similar oxidizer load will be adopted in order to increase the apogee for this rocket. So now coming to the avionics module. The avionics module for the Phoenix 1C rocket, it has got different components. So the avionics module for the Phoenix 1C rocket is designed basically to mount 2 flight computers and lithium polymer batteries. These batteries will provide power to these flight computers. The first flight computer is called the AIM Extra. This AIM Extra flight computer has got barometric sensors, gyroscopic sensors, and all these sensors will communicate with the ground station, and it will enable easy tracking for this rocket. This AIM Extra flight computer will then communicate with the ground AIM-based flight computer. The AIM USB flight computer, which is at the top, it's another flight computer which will also be used at the same time with the AIM Extra for redundancy to initiate ejection. The AIM-based flight computer, which you can see from the figure, it will be at the ground station. It won't be on board. It will be connected to the computer, and it will display data at the laptop in real time. Awesome. Now coming to the 3U CubeSat frame design. So I've mentioned earlier that the aim of this rocket is also to house some scientific payloads. So now we come to the section where there is a structure to mount these scientific payloads. So CubeSats basically are miniature satellites that are commonly used in industry to perform scientific experiments. So this rocket has got a 3U CubeSat frame, which is a frame which is intended to carry 3 1U CubeSat frames, which will be stacked on top of each other, and all these payloads or 1U CubeSat frames, they will be mounted using a threaded rod, which is stainless steel, and the use of this threaded rod will ensure that this frame is easily reconfigurable, and the material that is used currently is aluminum 6061 and ABS polymer. All these materials were chosen to ensure that it's easy manufacturable, and also it minimizes basically the mass. And the designs performed here were performed using industrial standard or CubeSat design standards. Coming to the recovery bulkhead, I mentioned earlier that the rocket nose cone at apogee will deploy a parachute. Now, one maybe is asking himself, where will the parachute be attached? So the recovery bulkhead is aimed at attaching the parachute. It has got an eye bolt at the bottom, and it will be attached at the nose cone. This recovery bulkhead is designed to withstand deployment forces at apogee. That is to ensure that the internal components will survive when the parachute is deployed. And this bulkhead has got two set of O-rings to ensure that the system is sealed, since it will land in the ocean. So it is important to ensure that the system is sealed. So these O-rings were designed using industrial standards. So currently it's manufactured using aluminum 6062, which is an alloy that is easy to machine and lightweight. There's a current mass of 0.9846 kg. Stress analysis are also performed on this bulkhead to ensure that it's reliable, as you can see from that figure. Now on the camera window design, I showed you the video earlier that was showing some footage from onboard cameras. So in this Phoenix 1C rocket, the footage won't be shown live, basically. The footage won't be shown live. So this camera window has got the RunCam 2, which is also be having a window to display the downward view. So this camera system is designed to record and store the Phoenix 1C booster footage, and this footage will be stored on an SD card and will be analyzed later. So this shows the setup that has been designed earlier. Currently the window is designed using Van Kaman, and also the window and the camera will be slotted or will be oriented at different angles to ensure that the downward view basically will be observed. Okay, the other window design that is done is the parachute bay. This window will be aimed at getting the footage during parachute deployment. That is to understand the parachute ejection and how the parachute performed at apogee. So it will be using PLA, and it will be mounted using a PLA mount, and it will be facing downward, and the footage will be recorded on the camera. The recovery system is aimed at achieving the payload module at apogee, basically, and then in the system there, or the flowchart, it shows steps that were followed in order to ensure that a suitable parachute and shock cords were selected. So on the right-hand side, you can see the figure where the payload module is descending under the parachute. So the results from the flowchart, they showed that a 24-inch ultralight parachute, which minimizes drift and has ensured stability on the rocket, was selected, and a 15-feet shock cord was selected to ensure that the shock cord will withstand the deployment forces. It was selected. So you can see the pictures there, and the parachute that was selected has got a packing volume of 38,200 millimeters, which can fit within the designed parachute module. So in summary, the Phoenix 1C payload module is designed to achieve successfully recovery and also to cater for 3 scientific payloads that will land in the ocean. And also, currently simulations have been performed on different subsystems in order to ensure that these systems will survive during the actual launch. Manufacturing of components has started, and the ordering of commercial off-shelf components has also started. The ejection system is currently under design, which is a system which will initiate separation of the booster and the nose cone at apogee. Ground testing will be performed at different subsystems in order to ensure the systems will be easy to integrate. The current design has a mass of 4.5 kg, which is still below the specification. I'd like to acknowledge the Department of Science and Innovation, the South African National Space Agency, Durban University of Technology, Denel Overpack Test Range, Swagalok, and other sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can give like 1 minute for questions and comments, then we can go to lunch.
Thank you very much for the presentation and your excellent project. My question is, when it comes to the payload and to the records that you acquire after launching this rocket, can you explain it a little bit more, plastic for us who are dummies in the field? Which type of data have you collected? Thank you.
Sorry, can you please repeat your question? You said,
you are collecting the data for scientific purposes, if I'm right,
yes,
by launching this rocket.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you explain us a little bit more which kind of data have you collected?
So,
thank you.
What I can say is, on your question, the rocket, this rocket currently is designed to carry 3 payloads. So I haven't received enough data to what the payload will perform, basically the scientific experiment. So the past Phoenix rocket that was launched before, it carried a scientific payload from CPUT. So that payload, I think it was carrying some scientific experiment at a certain altitude, of which I can still do some research on that one and give you information on that one. But currently, I'm still designing the frame, and then after getting some information on SANSA and the other sponsors, then I can give you that information. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Thanks. Second question. I think the first one, you've heard the guy at my back that maybe when we have this kind of events, let us communicate so that we can use them to stimulate interest to the young ones as well. Yeah. Again, I want to check. There is a guy last year who asked us that you guys in the space technology, you like to talk about sustainable development goals, but at the end of the day, we see your rockets flying up with flames and smoke, which is not good for climate. So how do we ensure that we maybe adhere to sustainable development goals, particularly climate change, when you are using this? Thank you.
Okay.
When we generate 50,000 megawatts of power, most of it from coal, the emissions thrown out there, this rocket you're putting out in space is less than 0.00001% of that generation that's happening. So we can cope with these little minor emissions. Spare us.
Thank you. I read recently that this global warming is coming from inside the Earth, not from the carbon dioxide and all that stuff. So it's also supporting your project. Thank you.
Thank you. You've got spokesperson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I would like to call
Dr. Jean Peters and Dr. Michael Brooks for the gifts.
We just want to appreciate the supervisors, the leaders who drive these processes. You see the students all presenting and we are fascinated by all these. For the folks who are articulating the ideas and finding research problems, providing resources, and so forth. Of course, with this funding support that we also receive. I just want to acknowledge your presence here and thank you very much for what we're doing. Lily, go ahead and. I know it's very tall, but try to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My master's topic is the development of a high-level rocket performance simulation software. I will begin with a quick overview of today's presentation. Firstly, what is the Aerospace Systems Research Group? Then I will talk on the background and objectives of my topic. And I will then touch on our Phoenix launches and 2021 flight campaign, followed by an explanation of and a walkthrough of a software process flow diagram and some videos. I will then be concluding my presentation. What is ASRIG? ASRIG has two main missions or goals. First, to develop and nurture young talent. And second, the procurement of commercially viable propulsion systems, which would be more financially accessible to the South African scientific community. Our areas of specialization include hybrid rocket motor, suborbital launch vehicle, and liquid rocket engine design, and most importantly, human capital development. And then we have our flagship programs, and both of these are the Phoenix Hybrid Rocket and the Sapphire Liquid Rocket Engine programs. We can see on the screen the globe and geographic location of our headquarters, as well as where we run our test campaigns at the Overberg Test Range in the Cape. And before proceeding, detailing our flight campaign, I would just like to begin with a brief outline of the background of my topic. So I am currently writing a new software, and it's called PowerOps, and it's been created to correct the previous ASRIG software, which was called HireOps, which was good for its time and its application then, its initial applications, but it had a few shortcomings. It will be used, PowerOps will be used by ASRIG as a trajectory simulation tool to accurately predict where rockets are going to go. And this will allow ASRIG to predict the trajectories of rockets, helping it satisfy its immediate aims and objectives. The following list on the screen contains some identified issues that need to be changed. Firstly, HireOps has a monolithic code structure, and it was previously written in managed C++, so the PowerOps, our new solution, needs to be written in a new language, and it has to be selected to be easier to modify and revise, and preferably in a dynamically typed language, which is more concise and easily extensible from a macroscopic perspective. Monte Carlo probabilistic dispersion analysis feature in HireOps had some difficulties predicting some factors, and I'm going to come back to this point in a moment. So the new feature, the new software, PowerOps, needs to be able to consolidate wind data from a variety of sources into one format, and then import and utilize it to properly model trajectories in air. And this data does not just come from one source. HIROPS had a one-dimensional recovery model, so we could not accurately model vehicle trajectory post-parachute deployment. And there was no way to track the vehicle booster trajectory. So after stage separation, we only modeled the complete trajectory of the uppermost stage, completely neglecting the booster. So on the right, on the slide, is a figure showing a vehicle that has been created in the software, and the trajectory path is shown in yellow. And we will revisit this later when I'll show you a video using the software in real time. My topic objectives need to include having a modular code structure, which is extensible. Monte Carlo outputs will need to be refined, and the thrust magnitude and uncertainties needs to be fixed and included. And the dynamic wind input features need to be functional and able to import wind data models from multiple sources. It needs to have the ability to track the booster trajectory for staged vehicle launches, and to import CAD vehicle models directly from CAD software. And it's doing so will rapidly speed up the design process and allow us to run design iterations faster. Now we have a process flow diagram of the software solver. So all software solvers will have a similar software flow as illustrated, and I've already created the model in Solver. So looking at the first block at the top of the diagram, the user would just select which model or solver they would like to use. And then moving down, we have the initialization, and then we have the coordinate computations, the center of mass, inertia tensor, and configuration derivative computations to then solve for the forces and compute the forces and moments. The software will then assemble the right-hand side of the equations of motion. And at the bottom, there's a block that has TOL included in it, and that is for adaptive time stepping. Our immediate focus was fixed step time stepping. So this diagram accounts for time steps that are changing, and our software PowerOps using a standard Runge-Kutta fourth order solver. So it has an identical process, just that at the bottom of the diagram will change, where one either accepts or rejects the new computed state based on the error estimation. We will always accept the time step at the end, so the left branch of this diagram vanishes, and the solver shown computes the error estimation, which the standard Runge-Kutta fourth order is not going to do. I'm now going to discuss our Phoenix launches, which were held last year. In early 2021, we launched 2 Phoenix rockets from the Overberg test range. And you will see on the screen the specs we followed for the vehicles for the nominal trajectory. In the bottom left of the figure, we have an onboard camera held by hand. And my colleague, Mr. Tobisi, already detailed this earlier, so I'm not going to cover it much more. But on the right, you'll see a string of pictures, and these are from the vehicle when they're taken off Earth mid-flight, which is really cool to see. Just to note that the Mark I had a recovery, so there's a large difference between the 2 flight times recorded and shown in the table. And also the Mark I had a lower altitude and only traveled at Mach 1.3, which is slower, as we were focused on recovering the payload intact. Now detailing our flight campaign. The aims of the ASRIC flight campaign, the focus was to develop human capital and to evaluate the integrity of our ground support and launch systems. And thirdly, to empirically determine the flight dynamics of our 2 vehicles and finally to break a record, all of which we achieved successfully. Zooming in more on the map, you can now see the Overberg test range, and the arrows are indicating the possible directions for polar orbital launches for sounding rocket operations. As you can see, here, here, and here, we have towns nearby. This is the launch point for the rockets, but as you can see, Arniston, the first town I highlighted, is very close, so it's obviously very important when we launch rockets that we have a clear understanding of the risks. Of where they might land, and this is also why, this is what my master's topic is intended to do. So finally, zooming in on the OTR test range, you can now see the azimuth range for sounding rocket operations in green. And the red arrow pointing south is the direction of potential polar orbital launches. I will now discuss Monte Carlo dispersion plots, which are shown on the screen. When you launch a rocket, we have to make sure that we know where the rocket is, and we keep track of where it is going. So, one, it does not impact where people are living, and two, it does not cause a safety risk. Therefore, the software helps us to predict where the rocket is going for safety reasons, and we cannot risk it falling on inhabited or protected areas. So it is important, we need to be able to accurately predict where the rocket is going at all times and control it. So what is a Monte Carlo analysis? It is where we vary parameters such as thrust, misalignment, wind, or thrust magnitude. And then the computer randomly mixes up these variations and sequentially produces 1,000 or more flight trajectories, first in isolation, and then it compiles them into a single, highly informative figure, which is an invaluable resource and a requirement when planning vehicle launches. These plots are derived from Monte Carlo dispersion analysis tool, and we iterate our flight launches ad hoc, constantly varying the launch and vehicle parameters to accurately model and plot a useful output, i.e. to accurately predict the flight trajectory. Our mean landing point and the epicenter of these plots, and when we have all our landing points, we then group them into confidence intervals based on the standard deviation from the mean landing point. And this is done to create what we sometimes describe as our standard deviation ellipses, as they look more or less elliptical. And the mass collections of these landing points correlating to the 3 normal distribution standard deviations, that is 99.7% of the landing points lie within the 3 standard deviations, which will be the largest ellipse plotted in the chart. However, on the screen, there are actually no landing points outside of the 2 standard deviation ellipses, and that is because there are additional safety margins that have been included and added by the Overberg test range to act as an additional safety buffer. Now, moving on to the effects of wind on launches. I would like to now show a video modeling the effects of wind on the vehicle trajectory. But in this video, okay, let's see if it plays. Okay, it's not playing, so I'm just going to go to the next slide. Right. Studying Monte Carlo dispersion diagrams, as you'll see on the screen, we have 2 illustrations and representations of them. The one on the left has contours, so you can see smooth ISO lines, and the right shows the individual landing points for more detailed or intricate view of the dispersion. Now, how do we generate these? So revisiting the process flow diagram I showed earlier, every step, every time the solver solves for a state in the equations of motion, it inputs a different launch azimuth that varies by the initial value of the launch azimuth by a small amount. So here we have chosen an azimuth deviation as our sole uncertainty. For probabilistic analysis, we acquired these plots by running many simulations having the same input parameters, but varying the heading of the vehicle each iteration. So here we have chosen a launch azimuth deviation of 20 degrees. And also to note, on the software output scatter plot on the right, that we have color mapped the yellow points as the most densely packed region. Right. Now, when I start this video, which is going to illustrate the development of the Monte Carlo dispersion plot, you're going to see a rocket launching in the left corner of the screen, and then it's going to ascend and reach apogee, and then descend under a parachute and recovery system. And it's going to land on the flat plane surface at the bottom, and thereafter a Monte Carlo dispersion analysis plot will appear on the screen, generated after consecutive runs. And from the smooth contoured Monte Carlo plot, I will then fade out and show you the plot showing the individual landing points that I showed you earlier for the rocket trajectories. Right, so before I start the video, the rocket is in the bottom left corner of the screen here. Okay. Just see something. Okay. Not having luck playing the video. Right. Oh, there we go. So it's now ascended, it's now deployed its parachute, and it's now descending, and it's landed. Okay. Apologies. Okay, it's just doing that again. So it's descending, it's landed, and now the trajectory is plotted in yellow, and now the Monte Carlo contour plot appears after consecutive runs, and then I fade that out to show you the individual landing points for the trajectory. There were some problematic aspects of HiROPS, which have now been corrected in my new program called PyROPS, allowing AGIC to accurately predict rocket trajectories. And I would just like to give a special thanks to the DSI and the others mentioned and listed here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have 2 minutes for comments.
Thank you very much. Quite interesting. Just a quick one again from my side. Apart from the safety issues that you have mentioned, what other constraints did you consider, or is considered during the takeoff of the rocket? Just for my schooling. What
we
other
also
constraints?
need to consider the effect of wind on the launch trajectory. So my first video, which I couldn't play, it illustrates how the wind can actually affect the rocket trajectory. It can increase the range of the trajectory, but also reduce the apogee achieved by the vehicle, which is undesirable for a nominal trajectory.
So you agree that the weather conditions plays an important factor?
Very important.
Now, in the same line, your software, because you mentioned that you want to possibly estimate the correct landing place, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
So want to approximate.
To approximate, but probably to the correct. So does it take consideration of the weather effects?
Yes. So I've inputted, I've added a feature now which allows you to input wind data from data tables provided by the weather service, etc. And using that wind data, it applies gradient wind force on the rocket as it ascends and descends, and it changes the trajectory.
Okay.
There's two settings. Sorry, there's a gradient wind setting, which is built into software, and then you can also input data from external sources, which then was obviously empirical data.
Please, you'll forgive me. I'm learning, and the error of estimation is still within the prescribed range.
Correct.
Oh, okay. No, thanks.
Just to comment on that, on the weather thing. Hence, as a result, sometimes a launch can be postponed because of weather. If the weather conditions will take it out of the expected range, then they cancel the launch. Yeah, so weather play a critical role when coming to launching.
Correct.
Thank you.
If you're trying to now break the African record for altitude for a hybrid rocket launch, for example, and you have a very strong wind, and you launch while the wind is still quite fierce, what you'll end up doing is you'll end up reducing the apogee achieved. You'll end up not achieving your nominal trajectory. Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. It's a little bit soft.
Places like the North, Limpopo, Northern Cape will be mostly preferred to launch because of the less effect or the less presence of wind.
It's interesting you say that, because we do use OTR in the Cape to launch. I think it just depends on the days as well. So it's having a recorded history of the weather on previous days of the year, and then looking at that accumulated data, and also obviously looking at the weather at the time and making a decision based on that. There's obviously still chance involved, whether the weather will turn out how you expect it to, and good, or really be terrible.
Also suppose it depends on what you want to test at the time. If you want to test for accuracy, yes, you'd want the fine weather. However, if you want to achieve a higher apogee, then you prefer bad weather.
Sorry.
Or a lot of wind blowing to give it more.
You would think so, but a lot of the wind on the surface of the Earth, it actually it reduces the apogee. It blows laterally against the rocket. It doesn't blow up. It doesn't create an updrift for the rocket, unfortunately. Yeah. So we try not to launch when it's windy or too windy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans Leber. Now we'll call our next speaker, who is Mr. Matlou Leslie Mukhobu. And then his presentation is on the contractor's perception of the status and problems of water infrastructure management in the city of Tshwane.
Perceptions of the status and problems of water infrastructure management in the city of Tshwane. We have the presentation outline, that is the introduction, research questions, literature review, methods, and data collection, data presentation findings, conclusions, and recommendations. The presentation will outline the focus groups conducted with the managers and employees of the contractors of the city of Tshwane. And it comprised of the research questions, literature review, methods, data collection, findings, and recommendation. And it emanated from a component of a larger project. And it contributes to an overall understanding of the difficulties experienced by the city of Tshwane. The research questions: what is the cause of the challenges experienced by the municipality during and after installation of water infrastructure? And how can the root Okay, thank you. What is the cause of challenges experienced by the municipality during and after installation of water infrastructure? How can the root causes of the challenges experienced during the installation of water infrastructure be overcome? The literature review. The space research in South Africa, according to literature, started in 1820 in Cape Town. Various cities experienced the challenges of vandalism and theft of water infrastructure. And it has been found that much of the failures of operations and installation and maintenance of water infrastructure result from a lack of adequate financing. Methods and data collection. The study followed a mixed method, three-phase approach to collect data from the participants. The three phases were the survey, the interviews, and focus groups, but this presentation is only concentrating on the focus groups data that was collected. And the method that was used was a parallel design, was a convergent parallel design method. Data were collected through focus groups, discussions, topics, and tape recorder and a scribbler were used to capture the proceedings. Data presentation findings. Objective 1 of the study was to identify the challenges experienced by the municipality during and after installation of water infrastructure. The result of this objective were obtained from question 1.2 and question 1.4, which were, the questions were, what is your experience regarding the installation of water infrastructure? And question 1.4 in the main study was, what would you say are the biggest challenges that the municipality experience regarding installation of water infrastructure? Figure 1 illustrates the findings from the managers, which mostly they deliberated on poor maintenance than any other aspect. To illustrate on that, I have extracted one quote from the data. The pumps are also old that we can't even get space for it. The other three aspects were mentioned, but they were not as much as the first one. The managers also queried the tender processes. To attest on that is a quote, tenders take a period of 2 years to be approved, and this has been the process since 1991. Poor maintenance, as I've already alluded to, was mentioned quite frequently, and it appears first, as you can see on the graph, on the first one on the graph there. So it is appearing the first one. So it was mentioned quite frequently in the focus groups. So the other ones just appeared once, so as you can see, as illustrated. The challenges of the employees are shown on this graph. The first one is that the complaint about their safety on site, and it appears quite frequently in the focus group discussions. That's why there is a 4 there. That means each time when they were deliberating, they mentioned their safety on site. And as well as the strikes and the community unrest was part of the deliberations and the findings. The presentation also continue. On figure 2, the employees most frequently mentioned was the aspects of strike and community unrest, as I've already alluded to. To attest on that, there is a quote, when you get on site, you find overgrowth of grass and you might be bitten by snakes. And the other quote, sometimes 2 or more thugs who are armed hide in the grass, you will definitely be overpowered, robbed, or killed. Also mentioned in the deliberations, quote, the issue of strikes. We are unable to execute our jobs and finish in time because local strikes and politics prevent us from doing our job. The employees further mentioned that the challenges experienced were during the installation of water infrastructure. In conclusion of objective 1, procurement system of tenders had many delays and handicapped the water division. Poor maintenance was also mentioned. The communication was also another issue that was mentioned. The employee safety, as I've already alluded to, and the community strikes as well. The employees feared for their lives. Objective 3, to explore the root causes of the challenges during installation of water infrastructure. The main causes of the challenges, as alluded to, they mentioned the poor and unethical leadership in the local government system. I'm sorry about that. I think the next slide, sorry about that. I'm switching over to objective 3, I'm sorry about that. To explore the root causes of the challenges during installation of water infrastructure. They noted that the main causes are poor and unethical leadership, as well as the skills shortage and corruption. In addition, the main contribution of underperformance in the city of Tshwane are political interference, skills shortage, and lack of training. Question 1.6, thinking deeply, what could be the root causes of the challenges? The findings of objective 3 were obtained from questions 1.6 in the main study. The reasons for this question was to obtain the source of the challenges. Figure 3 and 4 can attest to that. Inefficient decision-making came first, as it was mostly deliberated, and the other one was community interference and infrastructure that needed overall. As you can see there on the graph, inefficient decision-making came 3 times during the deliberations. And then again, figure 3 revealed that managers viewed inefficient decision-making as the greatest contributor to the root causes of the challenges. To attest to that, there is a quote that has been extracted from the deliberations. Decision-making people that must take decisions don't have necessary know-how in what they must make decisions on. Another lack of indecisiveness by the managers was, I quote, because you'll be sitting in the whole thing called refurbishment or a total upgrade due to a lack of decision-making. The 2 aspects, such as interference by community and overall upgrade of infrastructure, were on the same level of frequency of the findings. The views of the employees are shown in figure 4. Community interference came first again. That means it came many times during the deliberations of the focus groups with the employees. Data presentation continues. Conclusion regarding objective 3. Objective 3 has uncovered that most of challenges emanate from lack of decision-making by managers. Quote, skills level is non-existent, management is scared to make the decisions, and the work stands still. Close quote. Infrastructure that requires a complete overall upgrade, disregard of the standard operating procedures, and that communities interfering with the operations of the contractors as indicated by the following quote. When we fix this pump, we won't get a job of supplying water to the people. The aspect of corruption is illustrated, quote, one contractor is awarded a contract of 50,000 or 1 million to do his job because he is giving handouts to the big boss. The conclusions are there outlined. Objective 3 has uncovered that most challenges emanate from lack of decision-making by the managers. Skills level is non-existent, management is scared to make the decisions, and the work stands still. In conclusion, this presentation briefly discussed the qualitative results of contractors' focus groups, the challenges facing the city of Tshwane in terms of management of water infrastructure were presented in the findings. the City of Tshwane did not manage the challenges of the contractors satisfactorily, and the other conclusions are there as well. The recommendations: the City of Tshwane should recruit more experienced staff to do the work. I'm sorry about that. The City of Tshwane must introduce a better communication channel among the employees. The tender procurement process takes too long and needs to be revisited. City of Tshwane should investigate investing in space technology in the areas of remote sensing and security for the water infrastructure. The space technology should be sourced to help as a security tool to minimize vandalism, theft, and other criminal activities like hiding in tall grass. The City of Tshwane must guard against corruption before it derails the vision of the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of time, I will have like only 2 hands up for comments, and please make it brief.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay, Prof. Abinyega.
I'm fine. This your study is very interesting, but I have one question for you. How did you analyze the data? Because it's qualitative, right?
Yes.
How was it analyzed?
Thematic. I used themes and I used these graphs that are here to present the results.
Have you finished this study? Is it completed already?
It has been submitted last month.
All right.
My supervisor is Prof. Roger B. Mason.
Yeah, we don't have time, but
So
it's okay.
This emanated from quite a very big project. So because of time constraints, we could not go deeply into the results because then we could not finish.
At which level? Master's or PhD?
It's a PhD submission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a quick one. Refer City of Tshwane to DSI and Sansan. It's a very concerning issue here. But this is, yeah.
This is the results from the focus groups only. We still have the results from the survey, and we still have the results from the interviews. Space technology is mostly deliberated in the literature review and in the interviews for the City of Tshwane. So the focus groups didn't have a lot of data that one could come and present here. Thank you.
You see, really, we don't have time, but there are a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah.
But
yes.
We can talk later.
Yes, no problem. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now I'll call upon Thabani Zibuko, and who's going to be presenting on exploring the role of space science technology in sustainable tourism development. No, she's not coming. Is Thabani here? Okay. Sorry, you can come.
Yeah, I thought it's more. So.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Sorry, I was still eating sweets and drinking water there, knowing that there was someone before me. But thanks. This is Thabani Mazibuko. I will talk about a role of space technology in sustainable tourism development, but for the benefit of us, I have confined it to Zululand District Municipality in KZN. I've shared that space technology has a huge potential to provide valuable support through application, satellite communication, reliable data and accurate information for informed decision-making with respect of sustainable tourism, especially around fragile World Heritage sites and ecotourism potential. I will not read all this at an interest of time, but I will go straight to the aim of this study, that we want to assess the contribution of space technology as a potential to provide support to sustainable tourism development in Zululand. So this discussion will engage multidisciplinary approach to space technology approaches with lesson learned towards interventions of space technology mechanisms for sustainable tourism development. Oh, it looks like, okay. A research problem. The tourism sector is one of the comparative and competitive advantages of our Zululand and one of the key role players in the social and economic development of previously disadvantaged, with a potential to respond to a variety of challenges facing communities around Zululand. But this cannot be realized if tourism is not sustainable. So Zululand is one of those that are attributed into a lack of awareness and information, degradation of natural resources, lack of accessibility, participation to improve its sustainable tourism, then leading to our common socio-economic challenges. So this study will add the following, will address the following objectives. One, we assess the Zululand district's current methods and systems of space technology usage in environmental management, communication promotion, and participation for sustainable tourism, analyze sustainable tourism smart practices, and review current frameworks. We want to explore the potential of space technologies in sustainable tourism development and to construct theoretical model for the applications of space technology mechanisms for sustainable tourism development. I do not want to bore you with explaining space technology because you know more than me when coming to this. But I can share this one. Sustainable tourism, that is a type of tourism with an appropriate balance between environment, social, cultural, and economic aspects of tourism development. You focus on my picture on the right, I think it says it all. The alignment with national space strategy, ability to manage and sustain natural environment resources, mobility of people and products, health, safety and security, instant communication, and accurate observe and locate any spot on Earth. I think all this, they link very well with sustainable tourism. Then my literature went to giving understanding of space technology and sustainable tourism development, the concept of sustainability and development. It focused on relationship with, between space technology and sustainable tourism, and finally moved to key literature ideas that shape sustainable tourism development and space technology. It also have the portion of engaging multidisciplinary approach to space technology approaches, lessons towards mechanisms for sustainable tourism development. Safe to say, Program Director, that we've covered a number of issues in terms of global space tech outlook, as well as sustainable tourism, where we use key global role players in terms of space technology in countries or in a form of agencies. But what is noticeable is that government on every continent are investing massively in developing space technology in their country as now, from budget to commercial revenues. I've also added more information on African space industry that is also seeming to collaborate with foreign space agencies to make impact. Then we see budgets increasing and number of space programs in different countries coming up. I use South African outlook in space technology. I've highlighted some, but there is a lot more information that are fed to this to ensure that the South African space technology outlook is not compromised. Even the information that has been shared by guys in Cape Peninsula University of Technology and UKZN, that is now need to be put in that history that has been made by South Africa as a contribution to the space industry. I've also added more information on this because space technology supports global efforts to reach United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of those 17 UN resolutions that we need to adhere to or to be involved to, as well as key space tools that are used to respond to the Sustainable Development Goals. I've shared practical roles of space technology for the benefit of this meeting. You can see the role of remote sensing and navigation satellites in white animals. Those who are in Pongola can easily relate. I was working in back because you can end up having 50 on that side and 15 back. So those are our resources that are moving to another level. And you see the lion that is trapped that side. That is an undesirable outcome that we want to see. But through primitive ways of doing things, like when you rely on game rangers to find this situation, it makes it very, very hard. But through space technology, it is easier to detect that. I've been in a situation where sometimes those who are taking game drives and everyone is waiting maybe in game reserve. They do not know where is the Big Five, where are leopard, where are lions. But through space technology, it's easier because like in Tanda Game Reserve, they are tagged. You easily see that after you finish your breakfast, say, where are elephants, where are leopard? They just tell you that this side, this side, this side. So it makes it easier for commercial purposes. Methodology, I've used qualitative and quantitative approach. Some of my colleagues have shared same sentiments of that. My status, I'm at a fieldwork stage. Focus is on Zululand District Municipality. I think without going deeper, it is safe to say that Zululand is the biggest district in the province, making up of 16% of geographical area. It has a rich history and heritage associated with the Zulu nations, as you are aware that the king is coronated this weekend, the 29th of October. So he's from Zululand. So we've got rich heritage history. But you must note that Zululand contributes only 3.6% to the KZN economy. Why? I won't share that now, but I will share to my findings after finishing the fieldwork that I'm doing now. There are also major challenges facing the tourism industry. Some of the key challenges include infrastructure and lack of coordination and marketing. For the benefit of everyone, I said, let me share, I was given the permission to share this because when I started this to Professor Davidson, I was scared. I said, hey, Prof, I've got more commercial background. Prof said, no, I want someone now. I'm sick and tired of people who are working in silos. Scientists are working with their science, forgetting the business part of things. Business people are there in their chambers, not involving scientists in the way. So I need someone who can participate in that space. So that's where, and it was difficult to get information about space, I must share this. But I've formulated an organization called South African Space Technology for Sustainable Development Foundation that was well aligned with SANSA in bridging the gap. So we've partnered with different technical aspects to communities, to schools, to the academic sector, it is an affiliate of Ilembe Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Tourism. So in 2010, it was also the finalist in Group on Earth Observation Space Challenge. As you can see, we are going to different schools with SANSA. Last week, we were with the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal launching KZN province as a connected smart province. With the United Nations, we are having those platforms as well. In 2020, I've launched this book, Mangu the Space Boy, which is now with Exclusive Books and in Fanscape bookstores. The aim behind this was to participate to Goal 4 of Sustainable Development Goals by stimulating interest to the young ones to associate themselves with STEM so that they can participate in this rapidly changing environment. This is the book. I have it with me. It's the coloring book and the reading book. So this is helping a lot because we're moving to rural areas where children have no clue about space technology or space science, but this made it easier when aligned with other activities. You can see the wooden rocket, there's wooden International Space Station, which is making very easier for our kids to understand STEM or maybe space tools. So we've been moving around Mbombela, Pretoria, Gauteng, even in Western Cape, so in partnership with SANSA and other key stakeholders. As you can see here, even local government, because they are the ones, you see the picture below there, it's the Ulundi traditional leaders. Because it's important that we do not just end in offices. We go to the people at the grassroots level. We tell them about the benefit of space technology to their area of specialization. They are the ones, kings are the ones who allocate people with houses and everything. So they need to take care of the people who are working with land use management and town planners and implement their recommendations. Because you remember, flood times came in Durban. People were in environmental sensitive areas, allocated by who? Municipalities and traditional leaders, you see? So no one who wanted that communication by then, everyone was away, not taking responsibility that they are the ones who are allocating people to the environmental sensitive areas. So we must push people to understand the role of space technology in their fields. We are doing all these activities with science engagement, DUT, UKZN, and a number of people, and we've even expanded to visual reality biased on space technology. This machine that you can see it in Bluff Towers Mall. You can find this machine in Hillcrest Mall. But we are taking these machines now to schools. That's why we saw the Office of the Premier involved there. We are taking these things to schools so that we can put space-related information so that we can easily stimulate interest to the people at a grassroots level where challenges exist. We're partnering with a number of radio stations so that we share space-related information, working hand in hand with South African National Space Agency Science Engagement Unit. For example, when it's up Back to the Moon program, they used to ask, what is that about? What is going to happen? What can be the impact in our communities? So we must come up with solutions, because if we do not take that space, no one will tell, we will remain blank. I must share that in August, we were invited by the U.S. Department of State, where we went to different NASA space centers with an intention to forge collaboration so that we can get their services this side. We take what we know to their side. We easily bring people, we can easily bring like astronauts so that they can stimulate interest to our young ones in that. So we are pushing with the U.S. Embassy on that. And I must share that this book is now available internationally in Washington, D.C., Chicago, Iowa, It has been distributed there in their libraries. They were happy about the product and the way we are working to ensure that we change the current outlook. Thank you so much.
Because of time, I'm going to skip comments. Sorry, Prof, we're a little bit behind with time.
Mr.
Okay, Prof.
Thank you. Mr.
Mazibuko.
Mazibuko, how are you? Very good. You try so much by giving us a lot of pictures. But let's go back to the study. You see, this study is not yet presented for examination, right? Is it already presented for examination, or you are still busy on it? It's field work. Then we need to work on it. If it's field work, then we have to work on it seriously. You see, let's do this. Mr. Mazibuko, try and contact me so that I can help you, because there is no time here. I will assist you with the supervisor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Our next speaker is Bonginkosi Gumede. And Bonginkosi's topic is on performance analysis of LDPC codes for satellite communication in K-band. In Ka band.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, so my name is Bonginkosi Gumede. I'm doing, my master's here at, DUT. My topic is the performance analysis of low density parity check codes for satellite communication. For satellite communication in Ka band. Okay, so my abstract. The saturation of lower frequency band and the growing demand for high data rate services has present the need that we design systems at Ka band. However, Ka band is it is very it is very fragile. Now that's because the wavelength is quite short, so you can imagine that if there is rain, then it will cause the high fading. Now there's a problem there. So how do we solve it? Okay, so I am applying the low density parity check codes to solve that issue, because okay, yes, okay, sorry, okay, yes, I think I can say that, because it is powerful in solving, in actually dealing with the problem of the fading. So I'm also using it together with adaptive modulation. If I can move next, on the abstract still. So this research, we are using the ATBC code, but however there is type. So the type that I chose the quasi-cyclic parity check matrix, which which I'm also using with repeat accumulate. So it's just technique that is powerful. working with that. And then we explored, the decoding. So and then I chose to use the belief propagation decoding. It's just, a powerful mathematical algorithm. So, like I said, the K band is okay. So now to model, K band. I'm setting it, in accordance with parameters. So, for instance, if it's raining, then because we use, the statistical model, so that was done already. So, I'm using parameters. So, if it's raining, then, my sigma value, it's going to be different. And then, if it's sunny, then, my sigma also, is going to be different, for that case. Going to the problem statement. Now, like I said, that the K band is really, difficult, to maneuver it because of these, very, short waves. So, that's the main problem. So that causes the high, bit error rate, and so I've also added the adaptive modulation, to improve, system performance. And, I must say that, this research, it was done already by Zheng Fuxing, Deshung, et al. However, what is DUT, doing differently? I'm applying the adaptive modulation. I might go next. Okay, so I said I'm applying the adaptive modulation. I'm applying the adaptive modulation. So, my system will actually go from 8 QAM, it goes to a 16 QAM, it goes to a 64, and then when, conditions are good, basically, if it's sunny, there's no rain, then that's when I could follow up. There I go to 256 QAM, so to, send, to send more data, basically. If I go next, this is, the system model. So you get, your bit coming through, you do the 8-bit code encoding, you modulate, and then it should be the opposite on the other side. Here's, my channel there, you can see that, the noise that comes in there, is multiplied. So basically, it changes, the phase, and, it distorts, the amplitude. And you can see there, there's also the Gaussian noise that also comes in. What I didn't show here is that we decided to add the OFDM, which is the orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. All the new devices currently, they use that. So it's, it's really, had to be part of this research. How does it actually help you? For instance, let's say, this device here, is receiving something. Now we're sitting, in this room. So signal would come from that side, and that side. So now you got copies of signal. So with OFDM, then you're gonna get all, all these copies. Some of them they are good, some of them are not good. So the system is able, to sum that up, and then to improve. The performance of system. So I just had to add that on my research. Go next. This is my methodology. Sorry. So I conducted the literature review, which gave me, the clear part, to check. And then I did my mathematical formulation, the analysis, and modeling of system. And then, so after that, I then focus on doing the mathematics of the DUT code, because with DUT code, you just need to find the correct apply check matrix. Because if you just have to make sure that it is strong, it can overcome the noise. And then from there, I transfer all my mathematics into the MATLAB. And then, as I just mentioned now, so those are my simulation parameters. You can see that the H is basically the project matrix. It serves with sparse, sparse. By sparse, I mean that the number of the ones and zeros, they have to be few. And then, so, my project matrix is actually 162 by 486. And then I'm using the half rate, the half code rate, it is regular. It's a quasi-acyclic DUT code. The coding, I'm using the sum products algorithm, belief propagation. Then I applied 30 decoding iterations. If I go next, so now I'm going to my simulations. Okay, so here I'm comparing the system QM is fixed, and there is no OFDM. So, the red part there is the convolutional code. You can see from here that, the DUT code is, performing. But if you go next, now I've applied the 128 first Fourier points. And also, then now you can see that it's even better now, with that. You can see the performance there. Already at the IBNO of NEC1, I'm already sitting at just above. First instance, if you go to 1, you can see already I'm sitting at the PR of the 10 minus 6. Yeah, it's a 10 minus 6. Okay, so that's quite good. And then going next. And then next, that's when now I applied the adaptive modulation. You can see now the system is now taking shape. As you can see now it's changing as the IBNO get better. Then it jumps to the next concentration point. Now on the discussion and the conclusion is that what we just noticed is that if I'm using, the fixed QM, so I'm just comparing the two, the fixed QM was simulated in K-band channel, and we also simulated a DUT code QM with OFDM and adaptive modulation, as we're going through just now. We saw, different there. But however, if we look at there, if we DUT code with fixed modulation has, the PR of 10 to the power of minus 2 at an IBNO of 2 to B. Whereas, the CC, to achieve, the same PR, it has to be at 11 dBm. So a DUT code has the gain of 9 dBm, which is quite good. And then when so now I'm comparing the system which doesn't have the OFDM and the one that's got an OFDM. At the same IBNO of 1 dBm, the OFDM, so the system without an OFDM is at 10 to the power minus 2, whereas the system with an OFDM is sitting at the PR of 10 to the power minus 4. So FDM, you can see that it comes into effect, it changes. Lastly, that is shown on figure 1 and 2. So we just went through that. Lastly, I then confirm, okay, sorry, I then now check, the effects of adaptive modulation. Can say that as the EM, gets better, and then, system also, tries to improve that, get well. But however, main focus of this is that I want to take the advantage, of the spectral. So that's, said, more data. I think, I just heard now here, our sponsor saying that, the focus, it is on the downlink. My research is speaking directly to that. Before I close off here, I would like to say that, especially, to Prof, I'm glad that, my research now, it is done. I'm doing now, paperwork, and by tomorrow, I'm going to be meeting, with my supervisor, and then we're going to select which paper that, we are going to, that, we are going to use, to publish. And just to say also to everyone is that I'm going to mention just one application for this. NASA is already using this for their deep space network. So it's quite a, something that, the area, of the stress. The area of the research, it is quite interesting. I'm enjoying, every day of this. Thank you.
Because of time, I will skip the comments and I'll call upon the next presenter, Nompumelelo Chili from DUT, who will be performing on the performance analysis of pre-coding schemes for massive MIMO.
Good day, everyone. I'm Ms. Nompumelelo Trili, and I'm going to perform. I'm going to present to you performance analysis of pre-coding schemes for massive MIMO. My supervisor is Dr. Mukubo, and my co-supervisor is Prof. Davidson. All right. So I'm going to talk about the introduction, the motivation of and problems formulation, to literature survey, to system model, and then the conclusion. The background of the study. Okay, last time when I presented, I was asked to put it in a lay person's terms. So I tried as much as I could to make sure that everybody else could follow. So I'm going to start at first at the background. What is wireless communications? Basically, wireless communications is the transfer of information between 2 points or more, whereby you are not going to be like using the cord, electrical conductors, and other continuous guided media. And there I have communication wireless. Okay, the first drawing there is the common wireless communication equipment that includes cordless mouse, that includes the remote that you use when you're opening your gate or garage, That includes your cell phones, the two-way, and then it also, in the second picture there, the applications areas where wireless communication is applied. That includes the Wi-Fi, the Bluetooth, the communication, the GPS, all those communication that we do that does not require a cord connecting from one place to another place. Here are wireless communication. These are different types of wireless communications, right? But I'm going to focus more on the orange one. That is where my research is based, which is the wireless or mobile communication systems. The introduction. Mobile communication technology has evolved since the initial analog, whereby it started from 1G to the fifth generation, that's where we are now. The first generation started around 1980s, and then here comes 2020, where the fifth generation was introduced, and now we are moving to the sixth generation. The motivation and problem formulation. The wireless users have increased exponentially in the last few years, and this usage generates trillions of data, must be handled efficiently with more reliability. Additionally, the billions of Internet of Things devices have, and having various applications like smart care, smartphones, smart homes, smart energy, they're also contributing in data traffic. And here I have Cisco, whereby they did their stats. So Cisco predicted that more than 70% of global population will have mobile connectivity around 2023. As you can see the drawings there. From 2018, we were sitting at 3.9 billion of internet users. And then now we are sitting at 5.1 billion users. Next year, it is estimated that it's going to be 5.3, which will grow from 66% to 71% growth of internet users. And if you can see the second drawing there, whereby the machine-to-machine devices, that includes hospitals, healthcare monitoring, video surveillances, transportations, and contribution and major growth of the traffic. Therefore, the current MIMO technology associated with 4G or 4G LTE network is unable to handle the huge influx in data, which is more speed and reliability. Therefore, 5G network is considering massive MIMO technology as a potential technology to overcome the problem created by massive data influx. The aim and the research objectives. The focus of my work is to theoretically study various recording schemes with objectives to analyze the effect of pilot contamination and in the performance of massive MIMO system employing MATLAB. The second objective is to compare and analyze pre-coding schemes, and the third one will combine the model to carry out the analysis based on the chosen schemes. And then the literature review. Firstly, the problem is, or the global problem is, the increasing ultimatum for comprehensive fixed broadband and broadcast wireless communication services and accessibility have brought about the acceleration of deployment of satellite networks that provide inherent multicast, strongly support terrestrial backhaul, networks and broadcast uninterrupted radio coverage to mobile, which is will start from 3G, 4G, 5Gs, wireless, portable, and stationary service. Wireless technology, focusing on the 5th generation, which is 5G, is one of the emerging technology. 5G is a wireless network which is built on IEEE wireless network standard. So there are various or different types of 5G networks that, or I'll say the components that are building 5G. That include the network function visualizations, that will be the Internet of Things. There are many of them, but I'm gonna focus more on massive MIMO. Massive MIMO technology has played an integral role in transforming terrestrial wireless communication. As you know, that communication is divided into two. There is the one in terrestrial, on land, and the other one on space segment. So massive MIMO is based on the land, which is terrestrial wireless communication. Amongst various performance aspects and design regarding massive MIMO, pre-coding is one of the most crucial function components to mitigate interference in the channel. Massive MIMO, it suffers from pilot contamination. So our mass study will be like, what is it that we can use to mitigate pilot contamination? So I'm gonna use, one of the aspects is pre-codings. So my research is more on pre-codings. So I've selected some few pre-codings. There's a number of them, but I selected 3 that I'm gonna be focusing on, which is 3 from the linear pre-codings, and then 1 from non-linear pre-codings. Pre-codings algorithms are used to address systems performance that use the achievable sum rates, data traffic, improve spectral efficiency, improve bit error rates, enhance throughput, the quality of service, and also transmission reliability. Pre-coding algorithms can be branched into linear, as I've said, linear pre-codings and non-linear pre-codings. So I'm gonna look at 3 linear pre-codings and 1 non-linear pre-codings and do the comparison and see which one works better. So I've listed a few of pre-codings that I've studied, but my research is gonna be based on, I'm gonna use a minimum mean square error. I'm also going to be looking at truncated polynomial expression, and I'll also look at Koleski-Sherman-Morrison precoding. Compare them with the one non-linear precoding, which is going to be Tomlinson-Harishima precoding. Next is the methodology. So the methodology that I followed was like, it's theoretical. I was going to, I did the theoretical part of my work, and then also simulate and see which does it collaborate. And so I was going to, I studied the recordings. I also modeled the perfect and imperfect CSI channels. I modeled the CSI. CSI stands for channel state information. I modeled it, combined with pre-coding schemes, and then now I'm in the simulation stage. Massive MIMO model. We considered the downlink massive MIMO systems with a base station equipped with the M antenna, saving K single antenna user terminals with the same or at the same time frequency resources through flat fadings channel. The Y is equal to HX plus N is the expected received signal. So we're gonna, what we do is we transmit X, and then it goes through the channel, and then the noise is added, And then when we receive the other side, we received y is equal to h for channel times x plus n. That is what we're going to decode, and then we end up receiving the x that we transmitted. Following as the pattern, as I've said, this is how the channel looks like. And then that is, the H is an element of complex Gaussian distribution, sorry. As I've said, I was going to look, or I'm looking at the conventional minimum mean square error. That's the equation that I used to download, and that's the equation I used for minimum mean square error. For calculating power normalization, that's the equation I used. And then for equivalent channel metrics, that's the equation I used. And next, this also, Koleski, Shemon, Morrison was also covered. Those are the equations that I used to do the calculations. And all those are the equations that I used. And then I also touched at truncated polynomial expansion. That also the equation. So it is very important to know that each of these precoding, they've got their own calculations, so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to get the result that you require. You can't use the equation from the other precoding to plot the other precoding. You need to do the correct calculations. The results, this is some of the results that I obtained. This one, it's the linear. Here I'm comparing only the linear precodings. As you can see that here the TPI, the TPE, MMSE, and also Koleski are also they are up to par. I'll say they are comparable. If I look at the previous work, you could see that the MMSE and other precodings, they were outperforming the TPE. But when I increase the power of the polynomial, which is J, I found out their performance is comparable. Here, this is what the results we got when I was simulating using the perfect and imperfect CSI. These are the results I obtained. I found out when the CSI is corrupted, all of my precodings, they perform badly. And when the CSI is good, they all perform better, but it depends. It varies according to which one is more better than the other. My conclusion, this work gives the performance analysis and comparison of the MMSE precoder, CSM, which is precoder, and the TPE precoder within a single cell for a downlink massive MIMO system. The performance of the three precoding schemes in terms of signal to noise, to interference noise ratio, BR, and data rates for both perfect and imperfect CSI are also studied. These were derived theoretically for each of the precoding schemes under similar assumptions, and for wireless massive MIMO systems. From the simulation and the theoretical results, massive MIMO precodings and the CSM precodings have higher data rates and lower BER than the TPE. The nonlinear precoder, which is THP, is yet to be added to complete my objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, because of time, you have a question? Yes, please. You can actually ask her. Thank you so much. And I'll call upon our last speaker of the day today, which is Dr. Pilani Kumalo from DUT, who's going to be presenting on the privacy and security in future generations, smart grids, and global navigation satellite system application.
No problem. I'm just here to support you.
Just one sec, Prof. Whilst you just do some talk to support, I need to.
Yeah, we'll keep it short.
Yes,
Yeah, very short.
I just need to save her work, just in case. Whilst you can.
Yes, a very big thank you. I know this.
You wanted to ask a question.
No. I said we're now in the wee hours of presentations, and you know, a lot of these last presentations are mainly on like the technical analysis and stuff of that nature. Please don't fall asleep. I know it's not as exciting as the earlier presentations that were much more human and with a lot of faces. But these are not too bad. They are relevant and they're important. Signal processing, wireless communication, and so forth. Now we have a presentation on security and privacy, which is quite valuable. You know, so these are last presentations. Stay awake. Those are splash water on your face, but that's okay. A very big thank you for everything. So we're going to, yes, sir. Yes. My deeper.
It's a PDF.
Oh, okay, cool.
You just open it as it is. I think
I have a very,
can go up like that.
at the Smart Grid Research Center, we have the answers and solutions to load shedding. And I will share that with you directly, privately, so you can advise the president and other ESCOM players what to do to solve the problem. Yeah, the reason why we want to solve those problems is because if we allow you to have your own problems solved alone, one day everybody will build his own driveway and his own road network. So we want to share infrastructure, share, facilities, so we are all in the same boat at the same time. We swim together or we sink together. So that's why we prefer that we build infrastructure to serve the people, as Mr. Mudau has emphasized. Okay, a very big thank you. I just want to introduce Dr. Kumalo here. He finished his PhD with us at DUT and in the Department of Electronic and Computer Engineering. It was a very quick arrangement and so forth. You can see that he's not even dressed like as I'm dressed because he didn't have the time to get ready. But nonetheless, I want to thank you very much for coming together in the last minute to do this presentation. He's also being evaluated for bigger opportunities right now, so he will be brief, be short, but he's going to share with you some of his ideas about the issue of security and privacy. I want to thank you very much for your
presence. Thank you. I'll be brief, and I would love to greet everybody here in the house. Okay, so my concern is privacy in everything. So if I see, like, for example, the last presentation where it's multiple input, multiple output, I did not see anything there to maybe enhance the security on it. So if I see if everything is connected, everything is at risk. So that's my concern. So therefore, I have this small presentation here. So it's just a privacy and security for application and services in future generation smart grids. Obvious there, and then I just included satellite communication as a means of communication instead of using the terrestrial communication, or obvious reasons that. Let me say, we had those floods and stuff. You still want to have your satellite communication going on, or rerouting from your terrestrial communication to still have a connection. Otherwise, okay. So I'll do my introduction. I'm not going to read through the slide. I'm just going to talk over the slide so that is quicker. Thank you. I'll introduce, and then I'll talk a bit about satellite communication technology, and then I'll also talk about smart grid architectures, and then security issues, device-to-device communication as in 5Gs, and then privacy preserving SG, and then also come with a lightweight private supervision scheme for a home area network in smart grids, and then also implement the authentication for that scheme as well. And then I will also analyze the protocol, and then obvious, if you create a protocol, you want a lightweight protocol. You don't want a protocol that will consume time and also an expensive protocol. Also, you don't want very computation overheads, because you can have a secure system, but then that consumes a lot of time to process it, which is not what we need. All right. So privacy and security has become a focus, obvious, a focus, and then in satellite communication and then SG technologies. Okay, the interest in SG satellite communication has prompted for more enhanced privacy and security for these technology applications, right? The SG minimizes energy losses. On this slide, I want to be talking about smart grids. Obviously, we need smart grids which are self-healing, and then we ensure that they're all connected to the network so that we'll be able to control the demand against the consumption. So that's what I'm looking at here. And then, okay, so satellite communication is mainly designed to provide internet connectivity. Obvious is that. And then satellite communication provide a high-speed internet. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to use. And then I explain here by about a few satellites that we'll have in space. Obvious, that is not ours. I had Prof that maybe we're supposed to have our own. Yes. And then also I have some classification of a satellite. All right, smart grid architectures. So our smart grids, it comprises of, we also have microgrids which are islanded, and then we also have smart grids, and then which is for the power generation. It comprises of a few things there. You will have your power generation and transmission, also your ICT subsystem, because obviously the smart grid is not going to be on its own as an island, as like traditional substation that we have, which you don't have any control. It's just an islanded on itself. And then which will be difficult to even conduct load shedding. All right, so my concern there is everything is connected, is at risk. That's why I'm here. So, but then obviously we need to make sure we put measures that our smart grid is controlled, and then it's secured. It has to have availability, integrity, and confidentiality. Why is that? You'll have your smart grid interconnected with other grids and communicating among themselves. For example, you have your smart metering. That is, it's being measured, where you take data from your smart meter to the control center, while there's a man in the middle here trying to tap and view what data is coming through to the control center. For example, it can be a metering data where someone will either inject or will alter. For example, if you're using 2 kilowatts, it can change to put 1 kilowatts. Then that will be a problem. So we don't need that. So we need to ensure that its availability is there, its integrity and confidentiality. Sometimes your smart grid will come with data, with information from the plant. And if it's not encrypted, then some people will be able to see that this data comes from that house, and then there's information for that particular place, right? And then I will also talk to most important aspect of device-to-device communication, which it minimizes lots of things there, which is it reduces latency and stuff. So I just came there with an aspect there, which is a part of 5G. It's a device-to-device communication. Okay, so these are privacy preserving schemes in SG. How can it be done? And the solution is integrity, non-repudiation and access control. Okay, and then we come with this protocol that is proposed, which is lightweight, preserving, and then the scheme aims to maintain privacy for the end user customers using key and signatures are proposed on encryption. Okay, the lightweight encryption approach are proposed for the protocol for efficiency and prevent cryptanalysis. Okay, I do part of something where I do cryptanalysis, where I try to check what is done, like where the new encryptions and stuff like that. Okay, so I used an NTRU public key ciphering and deciphering for this aspect to protect the user. Okay. So I also added a device-to-device lightweight site data aggregation scheme where we aggregate all the data in 3 phases. So it's a device-to-device customer-side data aggregation scheme. Phases are initialization, data aggregation, and bulk data transfer to the control center. Right. Also, the most important, I also do the authentication as a group, not just to authenticate one. Let me say it's in a smart grid, not just authenticate one smart meter. We authenticate them as a group, and then we give them a group leader so that the data comes as a bulk, not where you interrogate one smart meter on itself. So for the sake of more enhanced security. Okay. So on security analysis there, that's where we are. We'll come to confidentiality, integrity, availability, authentication, and accountability guarantees. So individual users, privacy preserving, and then messages confidentiality is guaranteed. So yes, and then on my analysis there, that's where I try to analyze a few things there where I'm concerned on. When I do an encryption or when I do not need communication overhead, so I try to minimize that with the similar approaches when I did my literature review. And then also the computational overheads, I looked at that, and then it proved to be better on my encryption. And then ultimately, the latency as well and turnaround time for the encryption. Okay, so in summarizing, the proposed scheme centers on, for example, for power consumption demands, in particular neighborhood, because most of the attacks occur during the transmission of data across the ICT system. This followed by further proposing well-evaluated group-based authentication and data security scheme for smart meters. Device-to-device lightweight customer-side data aggregation scheme takes into cognizant effect that some of the elements involved are resource constrained, hence lightweight approach for security privacy is chosen. Okay, in SG, in this way, smart grid messages will be delivered with absolute security guarantees and low computational complexities and load, since most of the devices are constrained in terms of both power and computational memory. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khumalo. And that was actually the last presentation of the day. And as well, because of time, we will not have comments, but then you can communicate with them after we close or change business card. And with that being said, I just want to say that it has been a pleasure actually to be here at this place as a PhD student from social scientist. Yes, I am really, really enlightened to really understand and to know that space science can be used in various specters. It doesn't have to be scientific scientists, rather even in social scientists can be applied. And I'm really, really glad that I've learned a lot today, knowing that you can use a lot of space science technology to solve the issues that we're actually encountering currently in the world. And with that being said, I'll call Prof. Davison to come and give us a closing remark. Thank you so much.
With a highly qualified and experienced team of professionals, we are happy to introduce the Bachelor's in Engineering Technology qualification at DUT. We look forward to producing relevant industry professionals in this era of the fourth industrial revolution who will ultimately build a career in a space science and technology-enabled economy which ensures digitalization, robust communication, superb civilian systems, computation intelligence, mechanized agriculture and sustainable development. We strive to provide appropriate infrastructure to guarantee technological excellence and innovative practices, making your academic journey worthwhile. We certainly can't wait to help you take the right steps towards a goal-driven future. DUT. Think, learn, and do.
I just first of all want to thank my MCs here. I believe they did a very neat job. Shall we clap for that? Hi, Fanny and William, thank you very much for leading this session. And like they said, both of them are from the social sciences. You can see that they gave more life and meaning to our entire process. And I want to thank you for your service, and I trust you'll be available again. Thank you. Okay. I had a sheet of paper, but I think I left it behind, but I should remember all I want to say. First of all, let's clap for all the presenters for the presentation. Yes. Yes. We have tried to keep this as a symposium, not as a technical conference, where you start presenting and all the professors are trying to ask you questions to knock you off balance, So we kept this as something like a forum to really share, which we deeply appreciate, Of course, all these presenters, many or most of whom are students, have supervisors. They have people who are actually the brains behind these research activities, supervisors, advisors, provide guidance, instruction, almost like a different kind of parenting, to train these researchers to become what they are today or what they will become tomorrow. So I just want to have us offer a clap to all the supervisors and those who are the advisors. There are a number of guests here who just came in silently, and these are dignitaries in their own rights, and I apologize we're not able to just have every single person introduced because of the constraint of time. But I can look right from my right here, right through, Mr. Mudau there, you have my prince there, all right through. I also saw Mr. Loazi right there from, I think, ATNS. But I just want to acknowledge all of you who have come in from outside DUT in particular, outside DUT, outside even KZN, who flew in just to be a part with us. Of course, I have Advocate Lulu here, with whom I had a meeting shortly. And there are a few other faces I don't recognize, which is a very good thing. So I've tried to see more people and shake them. So to all our dignitaries, invited guests who have graced occasion, let's give them a clap of place. Well, let me recognize key sponsors. If I don't do that, they won't fund me anymore. So let me begin by DSI, Mr. Mudau, and Mr. Kaiser Morocco. A very big thank you, sir, for your support all the time. We also have partners also from CSIR, the team right there. We have ATNS, and of course, we have SANSA. And I want to thank Justin for, his was a short notice, and I was deeply impressed. He took care of his flights, travel, presentation, and all that to bring SANSA much closer to us. Thank you very much, Justin, and the entire team. Now, let me also thank, in putting together this program, there were a few key people that played a very formidable role. I call them the planning team, Saturdays, they are working. Sunday, they are laboring to see that things are set up. All these designs that we all have right here, pull-up banners, main banners, these are all things that were done by just colleagues right here. So to the planning team, I know you all scattered around. I'm going to name you one by one. And of course, the head of the team is Slindile Sitole. Please stand up. And yeah, I didn't ask you to sit down yet. Let's have the other members. Please start by Nomusa Zakuza, Nokwanda Bushiri, Vincent Umo. Where's Mbulelo? Is he here? Come on, stand up there. Come on. Yeah, they are all postgrads, colleagues, and so forth. A very big thank you. Thank you. And Owen, thank you very much for the entire team, the boys were gifted to carrying load and other stuff. The ladies were good at giving instructions and supervision. It all works very well, A very big thank you. And I want to specifically recognize and thank what I call our special colleagues, friends and, partners in this business, the entire team from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the CPUT, Cape Peninsula University of Technology. It's interesting that in the course of my own career, I have worked in both places at different times. So DUT is the place you crystallize, and so you can come here. So a very big thank you. Let me just recognize Dr. Brooks, Dr. Peters here. A very big thank you for the partnership and the friendship. Appreciate that. And for my colleague who likes to shoot all the satellites into space from CPUT, a very big thank you to you and the team from CPUT. Want to see more of you next time. A very big thank you. And then last but not the least are the people I take for granted, my colleagues in DUT. I'm talking about my colleagues in the department and the postgrads and the researchers. I want to thank you all for your support. These are the folks that make us stand together and support this entire initiative. So to all the academic staff, technical staff, friends from the Faculty of Engineering, a very big thank you for your service. Thank you. And thank you very much, Dr. Kumalo, for the presentation on privacy and security. I just want to inform you that he has passed the test now for the interview, so he's a postdoc research fellow for the Space Science program in DUT. Okay. That's how we hire. In Canada, this is how you hire people. You don't go to interviews. Just have a chat with them. Have lunch with them, and see how they eat. All right, folks. I just want to thank you all for this very symposium. We've tried to keep it as light and entertaining as possible. And my boss tells me here that the next conference should have nothing less than 120 people coming, which means that this room will not be sufficient for us anymore. And I had a call from friends and said, NASA said, why didn't you invite us from NASA? The Americans want to be here. Then, of course, from Brazil and the entire BRICS unit, they said, oh, no, you should have us here, too. Extend the invitation to us next time. We all want to participate, So we think we're going to have a much more robust, presentation next time. And then, of course, a couple of professors like Professor Moodley, astrophysicist, he said that, no, that's my area then. I think next time I need to submit a paper, so maybe we might upgrade from a symposium to a conference. I don't know yet, but we'll consult about that. But the goal is to see that we stay people-centered, stay focused on national development, and seeing that we can impact to solve real-life problems. Somebody said to me, they said, no, before I look at what we do as very isolated, machine design, a power system, that unit there, that vehicle there, the braking system and all that. But when I come to this symposium, I see a bigger picture. I see the interaction between outer space there and the terrestrial realm, how we can mitigate disasters, predict them, and then take measures, like evacuations, for example, and building your infrastructure. There's several things there that are changing right now, and of course, we want to be right in the midst of this whole developments. And of course, I enjoyed a lot of the social science presentations because they humanize technology and its real impact on real people. It's a privilege also to meet my dear friend here, Patrick Ndlovu, we got to meet and have a good chat. Joe Dlamini, thank you very much for your interface. And of course, Advocate Lulu, I want to thank you all for being here. With these words, I just want to say we can now bring this very meeting to a close. And thank you, sir, for coming, and thank you very much for being here with us. And the next edition of this meeting will be taking place about the same week in October 2023. And we'll send out very early notifications so we don't have people's schedule getting crowded in the last minute. We'll improve. We have recognized the flaws in some of our operations here, and all that will improve next time. We'll go from 4G to 5G, then from 5G to 6G. Yeah, so that's the way it goes. You know? Let me thank the entire audiovisual team led by Chidi. You can see that it's been a fantastic. Okay, he says, which one does have pictures?
Yes.
Okay. So the meeting is over right now. But what he wants to do is that there was a session I skipped, which was the group photo. So he wants us to take a picture. I don't know how he wants to do that, but please feel free. And there's some snacks available out there. I'll check the size of my stomach. I can't take all that in. So please, I appreciate it if you can help yourself. And, I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you very much, Professor Mason. Roger is a tremendous figure. These are people I call examples of leadership and mentorship and experience that help you in our supervisors, management committees, and so forth. I want to thank you very much, Roger, for coming and spending time here. Who train people, pour their lives into them, and bring them up to speed. And then for those of my students whose presentations got canned because of time, I apologize, but I'll take care of you when we get to the department. Okay, you have a nice day, and over to you. Okay, he wants everyone, please just leave your laptops for a few seconds, please, and step to the front. Ladies in front, men behind. Be nice gentlemen, be nice people. But I want to have the director at the center of the entire process. Please, let's come through. Tall guys like Dr. Peter should please be at the back because they are very tall. All right. Okay, let's make this very quick, huh? Thank you very much. Chidi, where's the camera?